Уважаемые дамы и господа, добрый вечер и добро пожаловать на арену Дворца спорта «Олимп». Здесь и сегодня, в самом сердце Юга России, в городе Краснодар, состоится одно из самых долгожданных событий в мире джиу-джитсу. Турнир Acbjj 17. Ваши аплодисменты. 6 дивизионов и только 6 чемпионов. Сегодня вас ждут схватки в таких категориях: Russian No-Gi Super Cup Heavyweight, Russian Battle Super Cup Lightweight, Russian Gi Super Cup Lightweight и Acbjj Battle Super Fight. И, наконец, No-Gi Super Fights. Дамы и господа, прежде чем я представлю первую пару спортсменов, разрешите представить судейский корпус. Главный судья турнира Загид Багаудинов, старшие судьи Александр Шанс, Алан Янкулов, Абдул-Бари Гусейнов и Александр Редванов. Уважаемые дамы и господа, спортсмены готовы, рефери готовы, а готов ли ты, Краснодар? Итак, уважаемые дамы и господа, разрешите представить первую пару четвертьфинальных поединков в дивизионе Russian No-Gi Super Cup Heavyweight. И первым на татами добро пожаловать Александр Дорошев!
First on the mats, Alexander Doroshev. Today we have Kirill Sementsov working for us.
And Amin Klibiyev, we welcome you here at Acbjj 17. Today we'll be here watching three Russian Cup events.
Right.
So today it's going to be a Russian Battle Super Cup, Battle Jiu-Jitsu under 75 kilos, also Russian Gi Super Cup up to 75 kilograms, lightweight absolute, and heavyweight absolute Russian World Cup.
I'm very
no
excited,
gi,
very
yeah.
pumped and fired up for this fight, for the whole event in general, but this fight especially because this man right here, Timirlan Yeslemesov, this guy is a specimen. This man is a world-class fighter. Multiple-time world champion, multiple-time European champion, multiple-time Russian champion. This man is something. Up against Alexander Doroshev. Timirlan has amazing wrestling for jiu-jitsu especially.
Both the fighters start standing, trying to feel each other out.
Those are heavy color ties.
Yeah, some grip fighting.
I was just gonna
Yes.
say that he's gonna shoot soon.
Single leg by Timirlan Yeslemesov.
Trying to pass guard. That's not gonna be easy with a guy who's as strong as Alexander Doroshev. Gotta clear the knee.
Alexander Doroshev is coach, like a famous coach in this area, Krasnodarsky Krai. Yeah, and he trains kids, mostly kids and teens, especially teens that have problems with law. So some difficult teenagers. So he does some good, performs some good function social-wise.
Man, despite the fact, look, this guy looks very scary. He's actually very nice. I saw his YouTube channel where he talks about philosophy of BJJ. He talks about what he likes the most about BJJ, what he hates the most about BJJ. And I remember him saying that he hates fighting for points and positions. He says, I'm always looking for submissions, always looking to end the fight. And he says that's the beauty of jiu-jitsu. The beauty of jiu-jitsu is in submissions. But here we see that Tamerlan is giving him really hard time from the top.
Tamerlan has great pressure, a truly amazing guard passer, very skilled one. So let's see how he deals with the half guard Alexander is trying to establish.
You see Alexander's legs?
Yeah.
Try to pass those legs, man. The guy
Exactly.
is a mountain. But Tamerlan seems to be able to climb the mountain. Look, the passes to north-south, gets a little headlock situation. Now, Tamerlan gets to this position a lot. When he gets people to turtle, that becomes a nightmare for them. This man, he knows how to work from turtle. We see this man putting a lot of pressure. Every time he does that, every time you watch him fight, he'll end up in this situation. He will get a person into a turtle. Shooting for Doris. There we go. Now to flip a man like Alexander Doroshev, that's not easy.
And also let me remember you the original rule set of Acbjj. So they're aimed mostly on making the matches spectacular. So only like real threats, real submission threat is evaluated here. You can get 1 point only for a submission attempt that should be real, you know. So should have a real threat. So anything else apart from that is not scored.
That's a beautiful thing, isn't it? That's the question every BJJ organization have. How do we make this sport more exciting? How do we make this sport interesting for spectators? And the only way you make this sport interesting for spectators, if you have a lot of submissions. So you have to force guys to hunt submissions at all times. And then we have on the mats people that have no problem doing so. Tamerlan, really heavy crossface.
Some pressure passing by Tamerlan.
Some heavy pressure already from Alexander Doroshev.
Alexander is trying to create some space for himself. He's trying to frame on Tamerlan's neck and probably shift him towards his hips.
When we start speaking, we should turn off. Поняли, приняли, хорошо. Now we'll get a little bit, and Tamerlan is shooting again. We see both athletes breathing already pretty heavy.
Double leg by Tamerlan.
You see Tamerlan is smaller than Alexander, but it doesn't feel that way. It feels like Tamerlan weighs about 7 tons.
Exactly. So they represent different weight divisions. It's an absolute weight category, over 75 kilograms. So yeah, but Tamerlan feels that pressure thing so good.
Yeah, we saw him.
Yeah, he's a pretty famous guard passer. So I was coming through some guard passers page in like one of the social networks, and Tamerlan is like is presented there pretty frequently.
He should be.
Trying to fight for a lockdown here, establishing a lockdown actually from the bottom. Alexander Doroshev.
Do we know how much Alexander Doroshev weighs?
I'm not sure, but for sure over 100 kilos, I think.
Because I saw Tamerlan Gislemesov grappling a man by name of Arsen Gazaev. The guy was 120 kilograms, and Tamerlan didn't start sweating in that fight, you know? So the guy is really, really, really strong.
So this match is evenly scored now, 2-2. So judges are gonna render their decision. Yeah, Tamerlan Islamesov. So he dominated throughout the whole fight. Like equal amount of equal number of submission attempts. So judges made their decision.
Yeah, fair enough. The whole time he was trying to pass guard. He was really heavy from the top. And basically Alexander Doroshev, as a beast as he is, wasn't able to do much of anything, wasn't able to really defend his guard. A couple of times, Tamerlan went north-south, forced him to turtle, threatened to Dars. So Tamerlan clearly won this fight. And of course, these beautiful takedowns as well.
It seemed like when, during the last takedown attempt, Alexander Doroshev had his leg injured, maybe his ankle or his knee, maybe.
Yeah, his foot kind of folded in a weird way. I agree with you, yeah. Hopefully he's okay.
И первым на татами добро пожаловать Мухаммад Шафаров.
Now we move over to the next one. That's Russian Battle Super Cup, a new rule set developed by Acbjj, very original one. So first time where it was where they approbated it was in Qatar during the last Acbjj event, Acbjj 16. So that's the second time. Everything from Jiu-Jitsu is allowed here, and also all kicks, punches, elbows, knees, all body areas except for head strikes, okay? It's fine.
No head strikes, no groin strikes. Other than that, everything goes.
Yes.
Now, what we know about Nikita Chistakov, the guy is very strong.
Yeah,
he fights MMA, he fights in wrestling tournaments. He was actually a really good wrestler. So if he blends in today his wrestling with his striking, something special is going to happen.
Nikita Chistakov represents St. Petersburg, so he's from my native city. So
homeboy, basically. That's what you're saying? That's good.
Home city, yeah. Home city, yeah. Right.
Right. And Nikita Chistakov is also, I saw him attacking leg locks, and he's got pretty tight leg locks. So I'm excited to see if he's going to shoot for some leg locks, considering the fact that some strikes are allowed too. Now we see them in a more of a MMA position right now, MMA stance.
A truly seasoned veteran, Nikita Chistakov, MMA veteran, has probably over, I don't know, somewhere like 30 professional fights.
Wow.
Former world champion for some organizations, MMA
Amazing.
leagues. Yeah, pretty big ones. And he competed at Acbjj 15 in 2023, where the organization held World Super Cup in regular Jiu-Jitsu no-gi, and he took 3rd place.
That's good.
Also take into account the level of competition there. So Murad Machaev, who else? So a lot of big names were in this bracket, and Nikita managed to come 3rd.
You see, Jafarov has really good reflexes. We see that he took him down pretty well. Now we see some ground and pound. Now, good for Nikita Chistakov. No strikes to the face are allowed, so ground and pound is going to be strictly to the body.
So
now
the scoring, the scoring system here also differs from Acbjj regular rules, because no points are scored here during the bout.
So kill or be killed.
Yeah, so only submission or a referee stoppage, KO, TKO. So you can only finish the fight, or otherwise, if the time finishes, so then the judges, tell their decision. So that's the system. Also penalties. So it's a pretty frequent thing here when the opponents unintendedly punch each other in the face. So that's a penalty, obviously, and then very often the victory is judged basing on penalties as well.
You see, Jafarov is dynamic. It's quite fast. But look at the torso of Nikita Shestakov. I think this guy is going to be very hard to put out with body strikes. And here we are. That's what I said. He's hunting for that heel hook. And let's see if he gets it right now. We see the knee line is off.
Yeah,
Jafarov is doing a good job.
Nikita is great at leg locks. And, you know, that kind of rule set is very, comfortable for him, very conducive. It's close to his style of fighting.
You see, it's not much damage when you hit the body, but it makes the other person move, right? It can create some openings. It bothers you just enough so you're not stagnant in one position. You have to move. You have to create some motion. You see, he's punching right into the solar plex, which it doesn't hurt that much, but man, it can disrupt your breathing.
Yeah, for sure, especially taking into account that the bout duration is 7 minutes, and the final bouts are, like final and bronze matches are 9 minutes. So that's huge. That's huge, especially when you absorb some punches to the body.
Yeah, jiu-jitsu is taxing enough and hard enough without strikes to the body, right? And now imagine someone adds a liver kick or liver knee. And the most amazing fact here, elbows, you're not going to surprise anyone with elbows. Punches, not going to surprise anyone with punches. But headbutts, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Imagine someone headbutting you right into your solar plex from guard. You're going to think twice before pulling.
Also, punches are game changer, for sure.
100%. Now, interestingly, these guys, they have amazing strength and conditioning routine because they don't seem that tired to me.
Both of the guys are professional MMA fighters. Both of them are brown belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, so on paper, they look equal. But so far, no points. So anyways, yeah, we don't have points here.
Kill or be killed.
Yeah.
Now we see them landing some leg locks combination now. That was almost a hat kick. He decided to show a little Leon Edwards action here. Now, I like Jafarov's stance. He's long. He is attentive. He's got good reflexes. There we go. Now, that was a good spinning low kick.
Yeah. Also good calf kicks from Nikita here. So when I discovered those, actually got to know about those rules, so I thought about calf kicks being a great game changer too. So because a lot, because of jiu-jitsu component, a lot of the guys intend to shoot, and that's why they're sitting on their front leg, putting a lot of weight on it, and that opens up opportunities for calf kicks.
Right, imagine you being in a wrestling stance, if someone lands a heavy leg kick. That's a problem. Yeah. And here we see finally some jiu-jitsu action too.
In MMA, that's a freaking scary weapon. Calf kicks really can change it, just in one instance.
And they have changed the whole sport.
Exactly. Yeah, like a couple of calf kicks may, bring you closer to the victory, if not be the victor.
Right, and calf kicks became a really bad news for people like Connor, for people like Stephen Thompson, for people like Dominic Cruz, like for all of the people that have built their game around moving around a lot. And when someone smashes your calf 10 seconds into the fight, now that is a really bad news. That is a game changer. So here we see Jafarov playing a little guard. Now, that's like a 5th spinning wheel kick we've seen today. That is fun. These guys are going at it. So it will go to judges' scorecards. Well, what do they got? Both athletes were pretty active. Both athletes landed good punches. In terms of jiu-jitsu-wise, what do you think happened?
I think that Nikita Chisikov was a little bit more active. Yeah, that's
there
it.
We go. Right
yeah.
on.
If you take the whole picture of the fight, he had a little bit of domination. So both standing and in grappling exchanges.
Just in the beginning of the fight, that Jafarov was landing a lot of punches from the top. So
and also that submission attempt by Nikita Chisikov played a big role here.
Right, leg lock attack.
Probably the main component, main aspect judges pay attention there too.
Yeah, it's jiu-jitsu with strikes, right? It's not striking with jiu-jitsu. So probably they value submission attempts higher than like good strikes that you've landed to the body. Or
submission attempts, both submission attempts and heavy punches, wherever it lands. Yeah, if it causes some effect, yeah.
Good roundabout, but man, the headbutts make me happy. When I see a headbutt, I know I'm in the right place. That's fun.
So congratulations to Nikita with proceeding to the semi-finals in Russian Battle Super Cup.
We got some vets coming in right now. Jimmy is a master of this sport. Jimmy has amazing judo background. He's got amazing, very tight foot locks. He's got a lot of instructionals out. And if a person has a lot of instructionals out, you know the best way to learn is to teach. This man talks about jiu-jitsu in such detail. He's a true technician. He's a true technician, has amazing barimbolos. Now, I saw him once in a fight. Ask a judge, are the toe holds allowed? Right in the fight, he's like, toe holds are allowed, right? He's like, yeah, and he jumped into the toe hold and finished the fight. The guy is amazing.
And also he's famous for his coaching career as well, so he's great both at coaching, equally great at both coaching and competing as well. One of the top athletes in grappling and jiu-jitsu in Russia and in Georgia. And Mikhail Vasilenko, also from St. Petersburg, Russia, just like Nikita Chistikov, who has recently come out to those mats. Black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, master of sport in Jiu-Jitsu, also Russian national champion in Jiu-Jitsu Newaza.
Yeah, I saw him putting a lot of pressure from the top. Whenever he gets on top, this guy's relentless.
So Mikhail is, very technical too. Both of the guys are great technicians. So let's see what they can offer to each other in this one.
That's going to be amazing.
Pulling guard.
Immediately hunting for those legs. Interesting. I would think that he would try to play on top, but probably with the judo pedigree that Razmadze have, maybe it's a good idea to pull guard. I would. Both men are looking to establish grips Now we see Razmadze trying to get his legs out of the question. You see, because right now Mahil is already attacking a leg.
Mikhail is very experienced one, so he's very famous instructor in the world of jiu-jitsu, a very qualitative coach, and a great athlete as well. So before jiu-jitsu, I know that he started jiu-jitsu after a pretty successful career in karate, Kyokushin karate, if I'm not mistaken. So, and he's very calm, always focused, so he doesn't talk too much. You can really hear a lot from him, you know.
What you can already see and feel is some experience. Both of these athletes have amazing experience. They've trained. More than half of the population of this country lived. These men are true masters of the sport. We see Razmadze right now trying to pass guard. We see Vasilenko has really good flexibility because defending his guard while inverted, not everyone can do that. You got to have some dexterity. We see Razmadze right now passing the guard, potentially looking for the back. A little crab ride situation. We'll see if he gets the back.
Only real submission attempts are scored here.
Razmadze is still looking to take the back.
Unlike the original rule set in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, where control, positions, transitions are scored, here only real submission attempts, only real submission threat. And it shouldn't be like an attempt of a submission, but it should be a real one.
So you got to get deep on it, right?
You gotta
it
get
can't be
deep,
like
yeah.
a shallow grip and then you pretend that as if you're doing a submission attempt in a submission. It's got to be a real threat. If you don't pose a real threat with your submissions, you're not scoring anything.
And Acbjj judges know for sure when it's a real threat or not. So now Abdulbari Gusainov is a Russian legend of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, is judging.
These guys have a really good job. Imagine how many high-level fights they've seen. Now, Razmadze is putting a lot of pressure on that leg and on the arm. But I'm not sure what he's looking for. We see that he has locked like a figure four, potentially looking for some kind of a toe hold. What do you think?
You mean Razmadze here?
Right. You see how he's got his foot? So I'm very interested in what he's looking for, because he's not trying to strip it. You see, he locked figure four. He has locked figure four. So maybe he's got something, some surprise prepared for Vasilenko. We'll see. Now finally disentangled. Man, in his demeanor, in the way he looks, in the way he breathes, in the way he's like, everything about Razmadze screams experience. Everything. Imagine how many fights, how many roles this man had.
Both of them, actually. Yeah,
Both of them, yeah.
At the highest level our sport can offer. So that's pretty much of a chess game. So every step can have a very high price. Every move, every action. So both of them are...
Don't blink.
Yeah. Really enormous tension now.
Vasilenko was looking for a Kimura grip for a second there, but Razmadze is aware. So far, it's pretty clear that Razmadze is leading the fight because he's pressuring the whole time. But Vasilenko had a submission attempt. So it's interesting, how do the judges see it at this point? Do they value more the pressure and the attempts to pass by Razmadze, or, well, somewhat of a submission threat from Vasilenko?
Let's see how they render their decision. I don't know, probably...
Oh, stolen. We got both stalling warnings.
I think so far Razmadze has a little bit of more domination.
Probably he's ahead, isn't he, right? He's pressing the action, trying to pass guard.
Inverted De La Hiva from Mikhail Vasilenko. Still trying to threaten some actions from the bottom. He's very dangerous from the bottom. Toe hold attempt here. No,
now we see
failed.
Razmadze, he's hunting the back again. Little crab ride situation again. You see Vasilenko desperately wants to get that toe hold. He's like, give me your foot,
Just
I'ma break it.
trying to seek for an opportunity.
He reminds me, at this moment he was reminding me, Rutola brothers. Just give me something, I'm gonna break it. You know, sometimes they just, no position. You know this whole philosophy? Position before submission. Well, some people and sometimes throw it off the window and go for just the submission. Screw the position, that's okay.
Especially in those rule sets.
Right. Now we're about to see judge's decision. I think it's pretty clear. Razmadze got it, but we'll see.
Yeah, he seemed to be more aggressive with his actions.
Interesting.
No, Mikhail Vasilenko. Probably their decision was based on those submission attempts, or at least, however, they went Oh, no.
What happened? Oh, there we go. A little confusion on the mats.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, в этой схватке решением большинства судей
Split decision. Jimmy
Razmadze.
Razmadze.
So it is Razmadze by split decision. All right. Well, that makes sense, to be honest with you. Amazing athletes.
Anyways,
Appreciate
those
their efforts.
matches like that, really hard to score. Very evenly matched pair of fighters here. Yeah. On the one hand, Mikhail had a few submission attempts, but I think that it's Jimmy Razmadze who was a more aggressive attacking fighter here.
I think Razmadze was closer to taking it back than Vasilenko was ever to getting a submission.
В дивизионе Russian Open Super Cup Heavyweight. И первым на татами добро пожаловать Владимир Блюм.
Vladimir Blum is stepping on the mats.
Обладатель черного пояса по jiu-jitsu
Yeah, just like the announcer said, he's a student of Jimmy Razmadze and Georgi Razmadze, his brother. He's the representative of the new generation of Russian BJJ athletes. Very young and hungry.
Now, what I've seen from Blum is that this guy is really, really hard to submit. Really, really hard to submit.
Most of the time, Vladimir Blum competes in gi, so he's a really great gi specialist. No gi, not so much, but you know, we'll see how it goes for him. Ramazan Shishkabekov, yeah, what a very experienced, seasoned grappler from Universal Fighters. Yeah, I think that's the team he represents.
Ramazan has amazing good stand-up. He's got great open guard. Has a win over ADCC Russian champion with none other than buggy choke. So this man is something special, very flexible, amazing high guard. So we'll see what happens. And he's got very sneaky triangles. I saw Ramazan talking on his YouTube channel that he's always stressing the importance of stretching after training. Like, stay after training. So he's very professional about his sport, you know. He stays after training, he stretches, he takes care of his recovery, and that pays off when you fight people like Vladimir Blum, because you need to be really flexible, you need to be real, you need to have amazing dexterity to keep Blum away from you somehow, from passing your guard.
Jump guard by Blum.
That's what I was expected from him, to be honest. That he's going to probably pull guard against Ramazan.
Imagine how high the level of competition here at this event. So far, I think it's the 4th match we're having, but in none of them it would be easy to guess who comes out as a winner.
Right, for sure, for sure.
And this match is nothing different than that. Also, Vladimir Blum competes in heavyweight division. Ramazan competes in light heavyweight, I think.
Right, we got a
medium
heavy,
yeah, medium heavy to be more exact, yeah.
Ramazan is, right?
Ramazan, I think, yeah.
Ramazan seems pretty big.
Yeah, he seems pretty big, and he's not much smaller than Vladimir Blum.
What's going on?
He tore his shorts. Yeah, so he needs to change his shorts.
No worries, Acbjj has spare shorts for you always.
That's
no
for
problem.
sure.
We take care of our athletes. Vladimir Blum says hi to all of the fans around the world. He was having some really good reverse de la Riva action, so this is what you usually see from gi guys that transfer to no gi world, right? Usually, they don't prefer to stand up. Usually they go right to guard, play their reverse de la Riva guards, X guards, all of the good stuff.
And I think it's right, like knowing the level of Ramazan's stand-up game, you know, that's pretty smart of Vladimir to jump guard.
And while we're waiting for Ramazan Shishebekov to come back, I can tell you one thing. Both me and my co-commentator right here, we are Russians, which gives us a chance to actually pronounce these names. So when you come here to commentate, beware. That's not an easy job if you're not a native speaker. Try to say Shishebekov. Now, there we go. I was just going to say maybe Blum is going to accept some stand-up game right now. But probably his plan is to jump and get Ramazan right into his closed guard. That's what I think is happening. That's the only reason why he accepts right now this stand-up exchange, just because he wants to get a closed guard action going on.
Also, it's not so easy here to pull guard, especially like the rules by Jiu-Jitsu, like by ACB Jiu-Jitsu, say that you can't just pull guard. You can't sit or just, you know, touch your opponent and sit. You have to break his posture and then pull guard. That would be illegal, or jump guard.
Right. We got leg lock exchange right now. Ramazan is hunting for the legs, and we see Vladimir getting cross-face action for a little bit. Back to the center. Interesting.
Yeah, and a jump guard by Ramazan now. Arm in guillotine.
There we go.
Let's see if the judges consider it a real submission threat or not. So it was done from side control, so...
Yeah, it wasn't exactly tight, but you know, he's feeling him out.
Little technical moments here.
A lot of jiu-jitsu action in this fight and a lot of wardrobe action in this fight. That's good. It's all right. Now we see again, Bloom accepting to play a little stand-up. He seems quite competent, to be honest with you. His stand-up is good. Now Ramazan decides to sit. That is interesting.
That's actually what you can't do in this rule set. That is going to get a penalty here.
There we go.
Yes. You can only pull guard if you broke the posture of your opponent.
Right, you got to break the posture
jump
first,
as
huh?
well. Yeah. You know, Ramazan seems to be unaware of that detail.
Whoa, that was very close to being mount. If this ended up in mount, that would be really good for Ramazan. Right now we see him playing close guard. Let's see what he can figure out from here, from this position. And we see him hunting like K-guard.
K-guard, yeah.
There we go. Vladimir Bloom does a good job clearing the knee line, getting his legs free.
Just like you said at the beginning, he's very hard to submit. He's known by this.
Very hard to submit. This man has incredible survival instincts. Whenever he gets into a really bad position, somehow he finds a way out. And that is a really, really good thing to have when you fight Ramazan Shikshabekov. Now we can see that stretching in the play, right? Ramazan obviously keeps his stretching routine. Playing inverted, very flexible, incredible dexterity.
Two minutes to go.
Little knee slice attempt. That's the thing about flexible guys. They are defending their guard from anywhere. There is not a single position you can put them in when they're not close to escape your passing attempt, you know? That's pretty crazy. I'm gonna start stretching now.
And he's really flexible for his weight division as well.
Right.
Usually you can see, you know, that type of guys in like lightweight categories. So that's why those big guys are not used to dealing with that type of athletes as well. So you have to roll with those flexible guys during training sessions, and like mostly big guys roll with big guys, yeah?
Right. Now we see Vladimir Bloom is really heavy on his
trying to
head
find
leg.
the guillotine here.
Fighting.
Arm in guillotine here.
Ramazan is out. Ramazan shoots double leg, immediately tries to pass the guard by jumping over it. Now we see attacking the legs, a crazy action going on. Now Bloom is doing a good job defending his legs right now. Almost out of the mats. Attacking outside heel hook, and Ramazan has to tap.
Wow.
Incredible.
Such a comeback from Vladimir Bloom.
Vladimir Bloom, we said in the beginning, the guy has really good leg locks. There we go. Congratulations to Vladimir Bloom. Amazing performance, really, really good. And he has his old shorts.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, в этой схватке болевым приемом победу одержал Владимир Блюм. Ваши аплодисменты.
Vladimir Bloom proceeds to the semifinals of Russian no-gi Super Cup in absolute weight category over 75 kilograms.
That's what I love about leg locks. Leg locks are basically like knockout punches. You can be losing the whole fight, which I'm not saying Vladimir was. I'm just saying that you can end the fight so quickly with leg locks. You can be losing the whole time, but then out of nowhere, strap
exactly.
a high heel hook or whatever. Yeah, so leg locks, I love them for that. It's like a knockout punch out of nowhere.
So it's hard to predict. So the next one we're gonna have is Mavlet Amirov versus Zhora Ayvazyan.
That is gonna be really exciting. Mavlet Amirov is a fighter, is a true warrior. This man trains in Abdulmanap Nurmagomedov's gym. So this man has that really physical, really aggressive, very heavy from the top style. They don't play guard that much. They have crazy top game though. We see it in Islam Makhachev. We see it in Usman Nurmagomedov, Umar Nurmagomedov. We see it, of course, in Khabib Nurmagomedov himself. This man comes from that same gym. So fights MMA and used to fight MMA.
And he's a master of sport in freestyle wrestling on top of that.
That's crazy.
Zhora Ayvazyan, world champion in combat sambo, professional MMA fighters with 15-1 pro record, 30 years old. He represents Lionheart Academy. Also has a very solid freestyle wrestling background.
Zhora Ayvazyan, interestingly, we have a person from Abdulmanap Nurmagomedov's gym, right?
Yeah.
And then we have Zhora Ayvazyan, who has a win over Usman Nurmagomedov in MMA.
Really?
Yeah, an amateur career. So this is going to be very interesting. Zhora Ayvazyan also has crazy experience at the highest level because the man was fighting in Bellator, combat sambo, world champion, you name it. The guy has done it all. Now, when he gets a body lock, it's very hard to strip his grips. As you expect from MMA guys, they're not going to jump right into takedowns.
Yeah,
they're going to have some exchanges and stand up.
Trying to feel the distance, to feel each other out. Yeah, groin strike here. Accidental, obviously.
Watch for Ayvazyan's straight right, because the guy is aiming right for the solar plex, and that strike that he threw before, it was really, it was a really good strike.
Right now. Oh, nice front kick to the solar plexus. I can hear that.
Man, when I see those front kicks to the body, especially when they land around the solar plex area, I don't know about Mavlet Amirov, but I'm out of breath. Some calf kicks. Now again, when you look at Zhora, right, if you look at his body, the guy is a specimen. The guy's a true athlete. It's going to be really hard to hurt him. Almost knocked him out. That's all good. Mavlet Amirov is very composed, very focused. Looking for that liver punch, huh?
Seems like he's trying to use his reach advantage and working with frames, grabbing his, Zhora's wrist all the time, but also it gives the chance for Zhora to land his strikes, just like in case of that front kick.
Right. Now, mind guys that these men are not wearing any gloves. So that's basically a bare knuckle body Kyokushinkai Jiu-Jitsu MMA fight. This is crazy. You can see the experience from Jora as well. He feels the distance, moves away just right on time.
Both of these guys are aware of the level of each other's wrestling primarily. So
Right.
that's why none of them is risking with takedowns. So, you know, so it's pretty smart of them, you know, making it a stand-up match. And it always you know, often happens this way when two high-level wrestlers meet each other in a cage or on the mats. So it turns into a stand-up war. Here it's not a war so far, but you know.
You see how he avoided that calf kick right now? That you do when you have crazy experience. What I expect Jora to do right now, I think he wants to land a really, really solid front kick to the body. That's what I think he's going to do.
Jora is doing a good job of maintaining that low stance to prevent shooting attacks of Mavlet Amirov. And being a shorter guy, that makes it even more effective.
So far, only Jora shot for a takedown. That's probably really big on judges' scorecards.
I think that front kick is something that's going to be, you know, real on the scorecards. That's
Another
something
takedown
yeah.
attempt. Front kick, yeah, but now we've got two takedown attempts, whereas we have Mavlet Amirov not shooting for any takedown. Now that's a third one. I think considering that this is grappling tournament, this is probably really big in judges' scorecards, really big.
So it's still developing, and you know the judges of Acbjj say that if it's even on, in case of even score, they look at submission threats, they look at you know, effective punches that cause some damage as well. So probably so far, in my opinion, yeah, Jora Ayvazyan is ahead. Because of striking game.
Look, he's pretty light on his feet. It feels
Yeah.
like he's later, the later we go into the fight, the more he opens up, right? That's the experience. Inside leg kicks are punishing. Those strikes to the body are really, really, really heavy. And you can see Jora is really, really big. But considering his size, he also has great speed in his punches. And his kicks are also light and fast, very hard to avoid. And so far, I saw Mavlet Amirov not avoiding almost any leg kicks, whereas we have Jora Ayvazyan. He has avoided a lot of attacks from Mavlet to his legs, especially considering calf kicks. Those are really hard to avoid. You know, your MMA coach.
Yeah. So far, Jora Ayvazyan, actually both of them are maintaining a very high pace and taking into account the bout duration of 7 minutes. You know, that says a lot about their gas tank. You know,
Right.
those guys are monsters.
They have opened up, like last 3 minutes were on fire. Now, I expect Jora is going to shoot, to be honest with you, just to get ahead on scorecards again.
Yeah, it's 15 seconds to go. You know,
5 seconds, let's see something flashy. That's what I was going to say. Exactly. The spinning wheel kick. There we go. Now, that was a crazy fight.
Yeah, actually, none of the guys decided to risk at the end.
Yeah, that's the thing. Jota was leading on scorecards, obviously, landed harder kicks, harder punches. So at the end of the fight, going for a takedown, which might result in getting into a guillotine situation, right? So it was probably very wise. Again, that's that experience. He knew he got it. He knew he got it. So he didn't decide to risk it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Congratulations to Jota Ayvazyan. The man keeps winning and winning and winning.
A very confident performance by Jota Ayvazyan. And he will meet Nikita Chistikov in the semifinals.
That's a banger.
Who do you think wins?
Nah, you're not getting me into this trap.
Дамы и господа, мы продолжаем четвертьфинальные схватки. Дивизион Russian Super Cup Lightweight. И первым на татами добро пожаловать Damaz Etezov.
We got Damaz Etezov stepping on the mats.
Damaz
Campo, MMA world champion, grappling master of sports. He's got amazing armbar finishes from guard in MMA. Acbjj gi world silver, Acbjj gi Russian world. What else do we have on him? The man is a master.
Yeah, Damaz Etezov, I've known him for a long time. I would say he's a geek. Jiu-Jitsu truly geek. Just like Mikey Musumeci. Jiu-Jitsu is his life. He loves that gi game. He's really in love with this sport, and I would consider him to be one of the best grapplers in St. Petersburg for sure. One of the top ones in Russia too, in his weight class. Yeah. Also, I kept an eye on this guy while his MMA days. So he used to have a truly successful career in mixed martial arts, but then he just stopped it and just switched himself into that jiu-jitsu guy mode, and then he takes a lot of joy in it now, as you can see.
Incredible. Yeah, he stepped on the mats with his eyeglasses on. He was probably reading some instructional, like triangle instructional or whatever, like in Italian instructional, if you say he's a nerd. But this guy, Samat Aypanbet, don't sleep on him. This guy in this whole card is one of the most exciting guys to me. One of my absolute favorite guys to watch because he's so technical. The man is
he's a two-time world champion in grappling, a two-time world ACB Jiu-Jitsu world champion. Actually, both of the guys are, very talented and have a lot of titles. Like Damaz Etezov, also a medalist of ACB Jiu-Jitsu World Championship. I think multiple medalist.
Now he's like a next big thing in Kazakhstan in BJJ.
Yeah.
He's a very, very promising prospect. Has amazing performances. This man has amazing dexterity, and interestingly, he started from Taekwondo. He actually started from Taekwondo. Maybe that's where this amazing flexibility comes from, right? So then he did some freestyle wrestling. So this man is more than competent in his stand-up game. And then, interestingly enough, he's done some bodybuilding too.
Wow.
So the man is athlete, all-around athlete.
Damaz is trying to use his pressure passing skills to pass the guard of Samat. So that's obviously something Damaz specializes in. So I know that he holds some seminars in pressure passing as well. So,
bro, Samat, the only way to honestly describe his guard, open guard, is annoying.
Yeah.
It's impossible. It feels impenetrable sometimes, you know. But we see right now, it doesn't. Actually, penetrating the impenetrable. But Samat has amazing guard retention. Amazing. It's one thing to pass his guard briefly, and it's a whole another story to keep him in your side control or in your mount or north-south. Whatever position you get on this guy, he has a way out, and you're going to be shocked with the amount of ways
just
out
like
here.
now.
Look at this. Samat is amazing. I love this man. I actually dream to train with this person.
So you have all the chances
Yeah.
to do it.
I'm next one after
Yeah.
Dimash. All right, Dimash. You got your 5 minutes of glory. I'm next. Look at the way he controls the lapel, right? And he pushes away Etezov with his leg. Now that was interesting submission attempt. Does Dimash Etezov, you know the guy quite well, does he attack legs often?
He does. Mostly he prefers gi game. You know, just like I said, he's charmed by gi, you know. And he even doesn't train no gi. He doesn't do it too much in training. But last time when I saw him compete at Acbjj 15, he used those leg locks. Yeah, I think he won the first match by leg lock. He won the first match via leg lock, and he won one of the favorites in that bracket, some Brazilian guy from the UK. Don't remember exactly his name, but yeah.
So you're saying Dimash is not training no-gi at all?
I wouldn't say at all, but at least it was something that he said during yesterday's press conference, that he doesn't do no-gi almost, yeah, but all the time he trains in gi, and you know,
Right.
but he competes no-gi.
Samat, on the other hand, competes in no-gi very successfully. The guy, whatever you see right now in gi, I think he's even better in no-gi. I think he's even better. I'm not sure. He's amazing at both, but his no-gi game is also unbelievable. Look at this takedown. That was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful.
Two and a half minutes before this match finishes.
Now, Mikey Musumeci comes up the second time in this live stream. I think Samat is like Kazakhstani Mikey Musumeci. That's what I was calling him when I was watching his fights. Look at this guy. He's like basically Kazakhstani Mikey Musumeci.
Samat Acbjj establishing that crazy pace in this match. I mean, you can see that Dimash Etezov is probably trying to gas out.
And he's coming very close to passing the guard, right? But Dimash Etezov is a technician. So he positions himself in a way that even despite the fact that Samat has passed the legs, he somehow finds a way to recover his guard last minute, last second. Now, what do we see here? That's probably not going to be counted as a real submission threat, isn't it? Did he have Samat's arm in the triangle or out the triangle?
It was hard to see. Let's see. Let's see the replay. No, it was just one head.
It was out,
and
yeah.
Yeah, he was trying to use his arm, you know, to put the pressure on his arteria.
That is a very annoying guillotine.
Yeah.
A guillotine, I'm sorry. Triangle. Yeah, when you get that wrist right in your neck. Do we have double unders?
Yeah, double unders.
There we go. Let's see what Samat can create from this position. Usually a really good position for people who are like very strong physically, right?
Yeah, Dimash is trying to have heavy hips here and probably to shift his
That's what he does a lot
shoulders.
of times. Yeah, he gets that shoulder crunch. Etezov does.
This one is really fun to watch. And I think Samad is not very experienced in this rule set. He hasn't yet competed in World Cup, World Super Cup, or Russian Super Cup, whatever rule set. Yeah, just unlike Tomasz Etezov, who competed actually in the 15th Acbjj event.
There we go, a little omoplata threat right there. Samad is aware, gets out, and immediately attacks the leg. Look at
Nice
Samad,
interaction, yeah. Some great submission exchanges by both of the athletes.
Incredible sweep. Look at this.
You're not given any scores for it, though.
Right.
But yeah, those are great
Okay,
technicians.
you get style points.
Yeah.
That also matters.
Again,
there we
submission
go.
wow.
But technically speaking, it's still 2 submission attempts. They weren't really threats, I think. Although the first one was pretty tight.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't be a judge in this one, so I don't want to be a judge here.
Right.
Yeah, it's really hard to score.
For sure, for
but
sure.
I think it's going to be a split decision, so let's see.
Interesting.
I don't think that all the judges will have the same opinion.
Both men are a little scratched up after this passing and guard retention action. Let's see who gets it.
Итак, уважаемые дамы и господа, в этой схватке единогласным решением судей победу одержал Tomasz Etezov.
Tomasz Etezov, yeah, he wins by unanimous decision. And yeah, this guy is pretty underestimated. Just like I said, he's one of the most talented grapplers, you know, I think in Russia, for sure. So I've been watching these guys for a long time, and yeah, he comes from Universal Jiu-Jitsu, and one of the brightest representatives of this team, Tomasz Etezov. Great performance, very close fight. Yeah, both of the guys deserve to be the winners here, but unfortunately, only one guy walks away with the victory here.
Congratulations. This next couple is something else.
Итак, уважаемые дамы и господа, мы продолжаем четвертьфинальные схватки.
Tomasz Etezov will face Jimmy Razmadze in the next tournament stage. That's going to be a very intriguing matchup. Roman Lukashevich, 6-time Russian national champion in grappling.
Damn.
Yeah, both Master of Sport in grappling, I think Master of Sport of international class in Jiu-Jitsu, world champion in Jiu-Jitsu. Yeah, very seasoned grappler. And actually, it was very recently, maybe I think last week, Russian National Championship in grappling was held, I think somewhere in Moscow region. And yeah, it was the 6th time this guy won that national title. Yeah.
So basically, they held that tournament just for him. I get it. I get it. Look at this guy.
And he competed in Qatar too. He competed in Qatar, coming out on a short notice, and he did pretty well, losing in the semifinals and losing in bronze match.
But let's welcome his
one.
opposition.
Wow.
I can't wait to see this man compete. Acbjj Acbjj. Listen, this guy is very physical, very tactical. The craziest thing about him, he was training with John Danaher in New York and got a brown belt from him. Guys, if you get a brown belt from John Danaher, you are a real deal. You are a real... Listen, a blue belt from John Danaher is a killer. A brown belt from John Danaher is world class.
Yeah.
Basically, for 2015 to 2020, he was consistently training there.
Amin is one of the biggest fans of this guy, probably. And then you told me about him today, just today, when we were preparing for for this broadcast.
I couldn't wait, man. I couldn't wait. I'm a fan of this guy for sure.
He's probably the one that you were looking forward mostly.
Right.
To see.
No, this guy is something special. I like his style in general. You know, we know John Danaher for being one of the most amazing coaches in history of Jiu-Jitsu. How he describes the technique, the way he explains it, he doesn't miss any detail. He tells you the story. He tells you he starts from ancient Japan, you know, when he describes you a submission. And he gives you a tremendous understanding of not only what you do, how you do it, at what moment you do it. And man, John Danaher is an incredible coach, and to get a brown belt from him is a true accomplishment.
So, you know what? Now I'm watching a very long instructional, like 7 hours instructional from John Danaher.
There we go.
I can't say I'm not enjoying it. I enjoy it for sure, but it's very hard to watch him because each time I switch on the computer, I get asleep in 5 minutes.
No,
or 2 minutes. Now. Maybe 2 minutes is the
you have just
the longest
offended
distance.
every single jiu-jitsu nerd that watches this right now live. So, I'm one of them. Man, you got to be a nerd. To love John Danaher, yeah, you got to be a nerd. The guy is not exactly entertaining.
Yeah, help Domash, you know, that doesn't find out what I just said.
Little knee tap attempt. You know, Damash, I'm sorry, Acbjj Orozbek. Damash is really stuck in my head. Acbjj Orozbek. This man said that he tried no gi, he tried gi, and then he chose no gi because in gi, people scoot on butts a lot, you know? So he said, that's why I like no gi, because there's a little bit more stand-up action. So we shouldn't expect from him that he's going to pull guard. You see him running apart right now a little bit? Yep.
Yeah. And Roman Lukashevich has pretty decent wrestling too. And also he's an MMA fighter. Roman is an MMA fighter, having somewhere like 10-0 record.
Oh.
Yeah. He fought for one of the most prestigious world leagues in MMA. And yeah, he's pretty successful with that.
Orozbek found his way out of this leg entanglement. Now potentially attacking. No, that was pretty shallow, right?
So yeah, I don't think that judges will consider it a point.
Ooh, that is a very sneaky sweep. That's a very sneaky sweep.
Yeah.
Now,
so
again,
in our school we call it family sweep, yeah. But I think in the States they call it like John Wayne sweep, yeah.
Right. Shout out to 10 Planet. There we go. Little anaconda action here. We'll see if he gets it. That's tied.
Yeah, but you know, he survives. He survives.
We go. Now, right back into a guillotine. This is levels.
Yeah, that's a point.
Now
for
looking for Japanese necktie, maybe. Now that's exactly what I was excited to see. Acbjj is incredible. I love this guy. But you know what? With Samat, I love the guy. I love his technique, and I want to train with him. Acbjj Orozbek, I love the guy. I love his technique. I don't want to train with him. I think it's gonna hurt. The guy's huge, man.
But if you go to Kazakhstan and stay there, there is a possibility they train in one and the same gym. Yeah, so you will not. You won't have another chance other than to roll with both of them.
Right, for sure. No, Kazakhstan is killing it. Right, they have some amazing fighters coming.
Oh yeah.
BJJ scene there is growing.
Yeah, just first of all, they have very deep traditions in martial arts overall. Right. Boxing, freestyle wrestling, everything is high level. Judo. And
right. It's a part of the culture.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, when coming into that jiu-jitsu aspect, it's not really surprising that it grows dramatically on the territory of this country.
Jumps on the leg. You know what I like about Kazakhstani fighters? They show jiu-jitsu. It's not a bunch of wrestlers or sambo guys trying to win a BJJ tournament. They're actually doing jiu-jitsu. Right now we see Lukashevich in on this heel hook. Shout out to Kazakhstan.
So Alibi looks like a smaller guy in this matchup.
Right.
Much smaller guy.
Which is
And
crazy to be honest.
Yeah, and he dominates the wrestling exchanges, the top game. He dominates the top game. Yeah, that's very surprising. And
It is,
really,
yeah.
he's
Lukashevich is a mountain, man.
He's a very really fun to watch. Yeah, and Lukashevich looks like, as if he was a lower class. Yeah, but
Back he's getting. There we go. John Donaher. Listen, are you still bored watching those instructionals, huh?
Yeah, but he would probably describe it not in such a flashy manner as you.
That would
as
take
you
like
can,
17 hours, but
Yeah.
still, man. Come on, like,
But yeah, just like I said, Roman Lukashevich is really hard to deal with. He's a very seasoned, high-level grappler. You know?
There we go.
And it's very surprising how easily and confidently he just took out Roman Lukashevich.
Right.
Yeah, so as if he was a beginner. So no offense, Roman Lukashevich is a beast, for sure.
Orazbek dominated the whole fight. Guys, I don't think from the screen you understand how big Lukashevich is. The guy is so huge. And seeing Orazbek handling him like this is, man, it's a testament to his technique. It's a testament to his strength. It's a testament to his willpower. And look at this heel hook. That is just beautiful.
Yeah, and also it's fair enough to say that Lukashevich is now mostly concentrated on MMA training, so he doesn't do jiu-jitsu grappling too much. But
Уважаемые дамы и господа, разрешите представить следующий четвертьфинальный поединок в дивизионе Russian Battle Super Cup Lightweight. И первым на татами добро пожаловать Адам по прозвищу Берсет Мусаев.
Adam Musayev, MMA fighter, and he has a lot of finishes with submissions in his MMA career. I saw him finish a bucket choke, which is not that often in MMA, right? So I saw him performing standing guillotine time and time again. There we go, little backflip action right here. And I saw him finish standing guillotines a lot. And then we got RNC finishes, had an arm chokes, and all of that in MMA. So this guy has no problem blending in his striking with his grappling.
Inal Edleshev is also MMA fighter with 5-3 professional record. Purple belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, world champion in pancration. So this one is also very evenly matched one.
What I can tell about Inal, I saw him attacking a rear naked choke, and if this man gets you below the eyebrows, he's choking you.
Wow.
If it's below the eyebrows, he's
He'll
choking
just,
you, man.
yeah,
That is
break
enough
your
for
skull,
him.
yeah?
Exactly. Look at this guy. The confidence in both of these guys. Now, Musayev has a very, very bright career.
Both of
in
them
MMA.
young and hungry. Yeah,
Right.
Musayev
Look
is
at his
7-1 in pro MMA. Nice leg kick to start with by Musayev. Nice kicking technique. And an answer by Inal. Low blow.
Orange strike. Yeah, it's okay. It's probably going to take some time to recover. We are all sure it's unintentional. In the heat of a battle, sometimes things happen.
That's for sure, yeah. You know,
And now has
those
to take some
groin
time to
strikes.
recover. We see Musayev I saw one of his MMA fights. He's talking to me right now.
Yeah, he's talking. He seems to talk with us now.
Yeah, the guy had a banger of a fight in MMA. Super fired up, insane speed, tenacity, very aggressive, huh?
I have fastest knockout ACA.
He's telling me he's got fastest knockout in ACA. How long? How long?
9 seconds.
9?
9 seconds.
9 seconds knockout. And here we have 10-second groin strike. Well, yeah. He keeps breaking records, you know. Look at the confidence in this guy. He can step in against Ilya Topuria right now, and he's going to look the same, you know. You can't scare the man. Adam Musayev is a beast.
Yeah, that groin strike seems to be really heavy.
It's bad, and probably the boys are not wearing cups, so...
No, they do.
They
do for sure. Yeah. So otherwise, it would be, you know, not bottle jiu-jitsu, but yeah, I don't know, war jiu-jitsu.
We should let Acbjj take his time to recover.
Yeah, hopefully he recovers from this one for sure.
Against Adam Musayev, you got to be 100%. If you're 99%, you're not ready for him. Telling you.
But Inal is a true warrior as well, so it's for sure a heavy strike coming into his groin, and now he deals with the problem.
Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna stand up.
Yeah.
Keep fighting. He's got that Cherkessian blood in him, but yeah, it just hurts. Whoever's watching, if you've never been kicked in your groin, go ask your neighbor to kick you right there, you know, and see how fast you recover. If some of you right now are sitting in front of the screens and saying like, "Oh, come on, stand out," while you're laying down there. Musayev, you see Musayev is going there to apologize, to give a little support to Acbjj. Very good sportsmanship. I like when people are confident and have tenacity and character like Adam Musayev, but yet respectful to their opponents, because a lot of times you don't see that combination. You see crowd is supporting Acbjj.
Yeah.
Let's go in now. Let's go in now. There we go. It's electric here, to be honest with you. We see a lot of people supporting Inal. Inal seems to be a little bit better. Needs a little bit more time. Let's be honest, that is a game changer. Even when you recover and you're ready to get back into a fight, that pain can last for hours. If you get a really hard groin strike, especially if it's a kick, man, that can last for hours. The pain lasts for hours. You feel nauseous, you feel weak, you got a headache too. So Inal, even if he gets back into a fight, probably not going to be his 100%.
Yeah, and even mentally as well, he can lose his focus.
Right.
For sure. Even though he might not be feeling the pain at the moment, but yeah, his mental focus maybe.
We see Acbjj stepping off the mats to get some medical treatment. Needs some water. Needs some time to rest.
Hopefully we'll see the continuation of...
Adam Musayev is so fired up that he's probably waiting for a spare opponent. He's like, okay, while this guy's recovering, can you give me someone else? I hope he doesn't pick me.
So in case Inal doesn't come back into this one, and the Adam Musayev will be DQ'd.
Will he be DQ'd, huh?
Yeah, for sure, because that's the injury which held to losing the opportunity to continue the fight. So his opponent pulled out of the fight. He's not able to continue. Then yeah, that's a DQ for sure. So then that's a surprise. That's very surprising how the semi-finals will go. Who's going to replace him?
We see Acbjj stepping back on the mats.
What a warrior.
A true warrior. Look at him. He's fired up. He's ready. I think I think he's going to be a little bit angry right now. You know what I'm saying?
Which is not good, too. May not be good. Because, you know, being emotional.
Second grown strike. Second grown strike.
Yeah.
I think it has landed again to the wrong place. We see the coach of Acbjj is really upset right now.
That should be frustrating for.
Let's take a
for
look.
him.
Yeah, well, it's close.
It was.
Close.
I think it was the bottom of his stomach, like lower body. Just like the somewhere between the groin and stomach.
But you know, I think after the first kick, the second, if it's anywhere close to your groin, it feels like actually you've been hit to the groin.
Yeah.
Man, I feel bad for Acbjj.
Well, I have I had a very similar situation with one of my students who competed in pancration, and he knocked out his opponent with a knee, which was firstly supposed a knee to the groin, and then on a replay they saw it was the bottom of his stomach.
Right.
It's just it's very very difficult to see, you know, and this area is very sensitive. Yeah, a lot of nerves there, and you know, it's very dangerous to absorb punches in this area. And yeah, and actually the judges considered it as a victory for my guy, so it wasn't an illegal one, so they considered it legal. So let's see. So it was just the sole of his foot coming into the bottom of Inal's stomach, I think, but maybe there was also a contact with his heel to the groin. Yeah, judging by the video. So very hard job for judges.
I think it is a low blow. It's a low blow anyway, so Inal should definitely take again some time to recover. I feel so bad for him right now. Even if it wasn't exactly to the groin, it's just a testament to the fact that we should go an extra mile and always aim higher than the waist, because there's no point in kicking or striking that area, you know, even if it's anywhere close to the groin. We see now Acbjj obviously needs again some time to recover. We don't question his heart. We do not question heart and toughness of Inal Acbjj. This man is an MMA fighter, and they are as tough as they come. This man needs some time. Now, Adam Musayev is showing me some hand gestures, hand signs, again saying that, I don't know, he's fired up, fired up.
The judges are discussing the situation, trying to find a solution here, but
they're watching the replay right now again.
Yeah, Acbjj judges are very experienced ones, and now Zagid Bagodinov, a very experienced black belt in BJJ and judo, in the center as a referee, you know, trying to get some kind of solution, some kind of verdict.
From the replay, look at this. I think the heel got into the groin. The heel, look.
Yeah, it's like a mixed one, yeah.
I don't think we should doubt that it was a strike to the groin, to be honest with you. But let's see what the judges say.
Whatever the decision could be, I think there will be people that, you know, will be not happy with it. Anyways.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy if we keep seeing them fight.
Yeah,
you know, if they keep
sure.
fighting, I think that's going to make a lot of people happy here, but we'll see what happens. Adam Musayev is trying to stay warm. Adam Musayev does not agree with the accusation that he hit a groin. He's saying that he felt that his heel didn't touch any cup, right? He says it was a low stomach, low stomach. Well, there's a lot of debate over it right now. Judges are discussing the situation. Let's see what's going to happen. Maybe he's going to get... Do we have penalties? There we go.
Penalty, yeah. Is it just one penalty?
Probably, yeah.
Just one, yeah. So then
right, Atlashov is like, I'm not having any groin strikes anymore. I'm taking you down right now. Adam Musayev fights back, man. These boys are fired up right now.
Yeah, he gets on top.
A little shoulder crunch situation, maybe. We'll see what Inal Atlashov creates from this situation.
Inal Atlashov is trying to work for his butterfly hook from the right side, maybe establishing a sweeping position.
Back to the center. These boys are fired up.
Getting back to the same position. Yeah, that shoulder crunch.
I'm interested to see if he's going to try to establish a full guard or get the second butterfly hook. What do you think?
I think he's going to get the right butterfly hook in. Actually, he has it, yeah, and then get a sweep. Yeah, he gets back to full guard. Still having his arm. Maybe some armbar attempt from him.
It's intense. These boys are intense.
Yeah, I think the guys forgot that the rules
See, now that Atlashov is trying to play some rubber guard or something.
Yeah.
Very surprising. I was going to say very surprising for an MMA fighter, but actually rubber guard, Eddie Bravo has invented rubber guard especially for MMA. Wow, that's a heavy elbow. Remember, anything goes except strikes, kicks, and headbutts to the head of your opponent. But to the body, anything goes.
Adam is trying to throw some punches from the top, while Inal is trying to be sticky, trying to tie up his opponent, find some controls here, and use his guard to the full. Adam listening carefully to his corner man.
Trying to land some heavy elbows.
Yeah.
And 12-6 is allowed here, guys. You see? 12-6 elbow right in your solar plex, in the chest. I see his corner man telling him to headbutt him in the chest too. There we go.
Oh.
I think Adam is okay.
Yeah.
He's got a second arm also in the triangle.
Yeah, as long as his arm is on the left side, it's not in cross-face position, his
now.
Yeah, it seems like an injury here.
Now, technically, this knee, I think it was legal.
Yeah, this knee to the
thighs.
But yeah, it was legal for sure. But I think that it's just an injury.
probably hurt his lower
Yeah.
back, or maybe it's the accumulation
spine,
after
maybe spine,
the groin strikes. You know, probably the accumulation of. We see that he has been dragged out of the mats, and his coach is there trying to help him, trying to see what's up. Now, and Al is in pain right now for sure, and we see Musaev is not happy. Someone says, yeah, it's the lower back. Something's wrong with his lower back.
Yes, just someone says that it's a hit to the spine, which is not legal.
And Adam Musaev gets a DQ. And now gets a victory. Adam Musaev wasn't careful enough with his kicks, with his strikes.
Adam doesn't agree, yeah. Actually, I can understand him. It's very hard to, to find out what's the area that he landed the knee was to.
Let's see the replay.
I think it was to the butt. I think it was to the butt. Not to the spine for sure.
We'll see right now.
However,
but yeah, so far, jiu-jitsu action was awesome.
Maybe, yeah, it's close. Yeah, now to the spine, yeah. So the rules are no strikes to the spine. Yeah, he...
yeah, because I think because Inal's hips were a little bit elevated, so that's why the knee strike came not to the thigh, but right to his spine.
Exactly, yeah.
Which makes it illegal, yeah. Unfortunately, because the fight was awesome. The little action we got was incredible.
I think if it was MMA, then no one would stop this fight.
Right.
Yeah, no one would even pay attention to this strike.
Inal is probably riding his bus home standing.
What's that?
I think Inal it will ride his bus back home standing, not sitting.
Oh yeah. He still has 2 matches coming up.
Yeah, that's what's interesting to see if he recovers.
And then he has quarterfinals. In case he wins, he goes to the finals, and in case he loses, he goes to a bronze medal match. Anyways, he has 2 matches more. Meanwhile, we are now next to Russian Gi Super Cup.
Artur Agasharinov versus Artur Prokopiev. Tell us about him.
Artur Agasharinov, yeah.
We see Artur Prokopiev from Siberia.
Yeah.
And as we know, in Siberia, they also have really, really strong wrestling. As we know, in Siberia, in Krasnoyarsk, we have Buvasar Saitiev school. So this man is more than competent in his stand-up. Not gonna be afraid of trading a little bit in a stand-up game with Artur Agasharinov.
Yeah, Artur Agasharinov is a very bright competitor, 28 years old, black belt, introducing Agat team, representing Agat team, 2024 Acbjj World No-Gi Champion, multiple-time World and European Champion and medalist, a very accomplished grappler from Dagestan, while Artur Prokopiev, also very experienced one, and has a lot of experience with Acbjj.
Immediately in on a leg.
Yeah, Artur Prokopiev is 2023 Acbjj World No-Gi Cup participant. He actually lost to Islam Mamilov by leg lock in the first stage of the tournament. And he's also multiple-time Acbjj World medalist. So
Agasharinov already passed the guard of Artur Prokopiev. Agasharinov puts a lot of pressure from the top every single time he fights. His tenacity from the top is crazy. We see that he used the lapel to establish the position.
Artur Prokopiev promised that his opponents wouldn't have easy matches with him, because he's coming back from a big training camp in Altai region with Strela team. Trying to establish some lasso grip from the left side. Artur Prokopiev.
By the way, last fight has ended because of the groin strikes and then little butt strikes as well, right? And speaking of hitting illegal parts in MMA, I saw Artur Agashirina. He was losing a fight in gi, and at the last second he had a chance to score, but didn't quite manage to do so. And out of frustration, speaking of how passionate this guy is, he just started punching the guy's butt. Just started punching the guy's thighs, you know, because how passionate he is. He loves to compete. He loves to win. And there we go. We see him attempting to take a back. Very close on this back take. That is a great position for Artur.
Very technical back take by Artur. Yeah, didn't manage to take the back, but he's still in a
I just
great
realized
position.
we can't say by Artur.
What?
We got two of them.
Yeah, two Arturs actually, yeah.
The Agashirina one, right.
Who do you think wins? I think Artur.
Artur puts a lot of pressure. So far, quite successfully passing the guard, already in a very good position. So far, out of all fights, I don't remember anyone getting this of a good position that fast. But we'll see. Artur Prokopiev is a really good guard player too.
Great guard retention by Artur Prokopiev.
Artur Prokopiev stole Artur Agashirinov's belt. Now, I don't know if that's a penalty.
Anyways,
Got
yeah.
it, huh?
Yeah, talking about jokes, I can predict that Artur yeah. Speaking about jokes, you didn't hear my one. Mine.
I'm so sorry.
So
there was
I
a
can
huge guy to my right who fell from the chair, and that is like, I'm sorry, that was, at the moment, it was more interesting than your joke. But what was the joke?
Yeah, but listen, I can predict that whoever, I can predict that Artur wins this fight.
That's exactly right. Listen, guys, all of you betting heads.
That actually was the situation we had with Magomed Rasul, my co-commentator, the last time in Qatar, where two guys with the last name Soares, had a match. So he said, like, I bet Soares won here.
No doubt, no doubt. Soothsayer, man.
Taliesin and Andrew Soares, yeah.
One thing, when freestyle wrestlers transition to, well, he's not exactly a freestyle wrestler, Artur Prokopiev is, but he has great experience in that. They are really strong physically. Man, when you roll with freestyle wrestlers, you're in for a really, really hard roll. They don't know what is a light roll. They don't know what is a flow roll. You tell them to flow roll, and they go like 99%. You know, for them, that's a flow roll. Here we see now, maybe Artur Prokopiev, if you freeze his leg, we'll see him trying to pass Artur Agashirinov's guard. Now Agashirinov on bottom. Artur putting a lot of pressure. The Prokopiev one, come on now. We see Artur Prokopiev doing a good job controlling that right arm of Artur Agashirinov, which kills a lot of attacks, especially leg entanglements, because I think I saw Prokopiev understood that Artur is looking for that K-guard action. And you see he's doing a good job of controlling that sleeve. But actually, Agashirinov doesn't mind holding that sleeve too. He's got some sweeps from there. Now trying to take the back with a little arm drag situation. Now a sweep.
Acbjj seems to be very confident of his back, or at least he felt like, you know, just obtained some confidence throughout the match.
Right.
Some pressure passing here from...
Acbjj fought on the highest of levels in Russia.
Oh, yeah.
And he fought a lot of very, very physical fighters. So one thing you can't surprise him with is a lot of pressure, is strength, because he fought some really strong people who put so much pressure on him, and he never crumbles.
During yesterday's press conference, he was asked, like, you're 28 years old, you're not so young for an athlete, so when are you going to marry?
Marry?
So, yeah, so he's got wedding very soon, so I think in a very short notice.
Bro, when someone asks a fighter on a press conference, when are you getting married, you know it's a Russian press conference.
Yeah.
Who asks that? I've never seen a...
That's an Dagestani way of press
when you get married, brother.
Asking questions.
Get married.
Yeah, but only in Russian. And yeah, he said if I win, like the fight purse, the prize money, then I know where can I use them.
The guy needs some money.
Yeah.
Guys, support the man. He needs a wedding.
So the motivation is pretty high.
Now, I don't want to be judging this one either, but I think Acbjj probably got the job done. He's got a submission attempt. He's got passing. He passed the guard. He was basically dominating the fight. Yep.
Unanimous decision.
And Artur Acbjj gets the W and advances. I have goosebumps looking at who we have next. Eldar Saidov.
Oh man.
Bilal Kurbabgamed. Bro, both of these guys, I cannot wait to see them.
Yeah, also, there were a lot of debates among this couple of fighters. So because they train in one and the same team, they introduced one and the same team. They used to train a lot with each other, and they asked Ilda if they still do a lot of rolling together. Ilda said that at the beginning they used to roll every day, and now as Ilda travels a lot, does a lot of training camps in like different places, like cross training. There is a possibility that they can surprise each other, now adding some details to their game as they don't roll together.
I was just talking to Eldar Saidov's teammates, and they told me he has no mercy in the training gym.
What's that?
No mercy in the training room. No mercy. Eldar Saidov is a true specimen, leg lock specialist. The man fought the best of the best. The man fought all of the top jiu-jitsu guys in the country. He fought Paul Harris, won that one. Fought Craig Jones, lost that one, but got the incredible experience. And he was attacking Craig Jones' legs as well. And we know how great of what a great leg locker Craig Jones is. I also see him finish a knee bar from half guard. That was amazing. He just dropped his ties on the guy's knee and almost popped it. Den Manosoya style. This man is incredible. He also fought Fyodor Nikolov, who's one of the biggest 10th Planet
Yeah, I know that
prospects.
guy, yeah.
We know
From
that
10th Planet, yeah.
Eddie Bravo said he puts all of his eggs in that basket. That basket is called
Yeah.
Fedor Nikolov, and this guy right here beat him. But up against him is a specialist. Kurbabagomedov is incredible from the stand-up. He's got lightning fast takedowns. But we see Saidov is baiting him in. He's like, sure, take my leg.
Both of them are very technically sound, and especially taking into account that they trained in one and the same gym for a long time, and still training with each other.
Right.
That's going to be a chess match. Yeah, and also they asked Ildar yesterday if he's going to go 100%. He says, of course, yeah. I don't consider like a wrestling discipline something, maybe not appropriate to go 100% with your friend. Yeah, why not? He says, if I wrestled my like close brother, my brother, yeah, like blood brother, I would go 100%. Why not? In competition.
100%.
That's
yeah,
just a
it's
sport.
not MMA, right?
Yeah.
You can go 100%. Eldar Saidov, man, when he gets a sub, he's yanking the leg. The guy his leg locks are so tight, and you see Belal knows that. So that's exactly why his feet are so far from Eldar's arms, his hands. What Eldar does a lot of times, he gets 2-on-1, he pulls you into his guard, and then he just snatches your leg, and next thing you know, you hear cracking.
And Bilal is very much aware of it and trying to keep that distance, using his arms, his frames, just to keep him away from his legs.
Right. Yeah, you have to. If you like walking, you should be very careful with Eldar. I really don't think that he will have any mercy. If he gets a heel hook, he'll be ripping the leg, man. This guy has crazy tenacity. Crazy tenacity. And that's one of the problems with people like Eldar Saidov. They get so good at leg locks that's what happens a lot of times. People are basically almost I don't want to say avoiding, the exchange, but people are very hesitant to get close to him. Very hesitant. Because he finds those leg locks from everywhere. Belal is checking the clock. Maybe he has a specific strategy. Maybe he will go hard in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, Brazilian style.
Right. Brazilians, no offense. You're awesome. Shout out to Leopoldo Perez. We have a black belt in Russia. Black belt Alliance team.
Close guard by Eldar Saidov.
See this wide stance. Now, Eldar is working on that K guard or something. We'll see if Belal can stop him.
Yes, there's a penalty to Belal.
I would agree with that for
judges.
sure. 100%. 100%.
So Eldar Saidov is now 1 point ahead on the judges' scorecards. And meanwhile, we have 3.5 minutes left. So
what we know from Eldar Saidov, if he wins this fight via penalty to his opponent, right? If he doesn't get the submission, he's not happy with himself. And we love fighters like this, right?
Yeah.
Eldar Saidov is the kind of fighter that grows the sport. He's always looking to submit, always looking for the finish. And that's exactly what grows the sport.
Yeah, and he said he was born for this rule, to compete in this rule set.
He really was. He really was.
Yeah. Yes, only submissions are scored, and he said that I would jump for submissions the whole time tomorrow, and I will grind for that victory.
There we go, Belal Kurbag. Almost past the guard. Yep.
Attempt.
But
Yeah,
that's
now
what
leg lock
happens.
entry here.
Welcome to his world. immediately
That's
gets the
it.
tap. Saidov is like, did you tap already? No, wait a second.
Some debates in between
Eldar is saying,
Those-
you didn't let me crank it.
athletes.
Have a little conflict here. I think Eldar Saidov is not happy with the fact that he tapped prematurely.
Итак, уважаемые дамы и господа, в этой схватке отлично победу одержал Эльдар Саидов.
Eldar Saidov seems to be a little bit angry about this. They will probably have some talk in the gym.
Anyways, it's hard for two teammates fight each other always. No, that's responsibility, that's emotions, and it's just first minutes after the matchup happens like this. Yeah, and then later on, I think they will calm down. They will discuss the situation and shake hands.
To be honest
And
with you,
keep
I don't
being brothers.
think that he tapped early. He just didn't wait for him. He got the position, but he decided, you know what? I'm not gonna wait for him to yank on my leg now. Why don't I tap now? Save my 3-6 months of recovery.
Yeah.
I think it was wise to tap at this moment, because this is the thing with heel hooks. When it hurts, it's too late.
Exactly. And then the continuation of our Battle Jiu-Jitsu Cup. Mikhail Timokhin is someone that I know as MMA fighter. Actually, he fought one of my students in a professional fight pretty recently, maybe like half a year ago. Mikhail Timokhin being a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He created some, real threats, like hard situations for my student, but we built up a very good game plan and came out as winners. But yeah, Timokhin can surprise you for sure. Also, he's a master of sport in combat sambo, candidate to masters of sport in judo, so pretty skillful judoka and a jiu-jitsu black belt too. And Artem Belak, what can you say about him?
Artem Belak, ONE FC fighter, has some crazy knockouts in his record.
Oh yeah.
The guy's a very dynamic striker, very strong, very fast. So I expect him to open up with like a flying knee, a spinning wheel kick to the chest. I don't know, but he can do something absolutely crazy. I saw him getting a flying knee knockout in the cage. So this guy is something special. And also, he's a really fun guy too. You turn up to a Peter Jan's gym, without notifying anyone about it. And Peter Jan was like, who are you? He's like, well, I'm Artem, and I want to train with you. They laughed it off, and Peter Jan, being the nice guy that he is, let him in. So he was training with Peter Jan.
Nice.
And he trains in Tiger too, I think.
Artem is a co-founder of 10th Planet Krasnodar, obviously representing 10th Planet Krasnodar and Tiger Muay Thai.
You see, Artem, you're saying he's training, he's one of the founders of 10th Planet who are specialists in leg locks. And I've seen Mikhail Timokhin lose by way of leg locks. So we'll see if Artem is going to try, is going to try to leg lock him, because maybe he's somewhat susceptible to it.
Yeah, let's see. Also, Artem Belak competed at the highest level that the world of MMA can offer in the premier promotions in the world, and still competes there. So probably he's got a bright future in MMA too, mostly concentrating on this sport. So keep an eye on this guy.
So far, every leg lock Artem throws hurts Mikhail.
Brown belt, 10th Planet brown belt.
And his boxing is crisp, Artem's is.
I think that Artem Belak is one of the favorites in this bracket. So I don't know. It's hard to predict, but I think there's a big chance he wins the whole bracket.
There's a good chance, yeah. Look, his boxing is crisp. His leg kicks are amazing. He's pretty fast. He's tough. He's durable. He's seen it all. There's not many things you can surprise him with. The striking, you can't. There we go. The spinning wheel kick. That's good.
Though there are
side kick.
Yeah, a lot of sharks in this bracket too. Just like Jora Ayvazyan. Yeah.
There we go. Mikhail taking the back.
Wow.
Hooks in. Hooks in.
What a tenacity from Mikhail.
Let's see if Artem can escape. And
yeah,
it's very hard. It's very hard to keep him there.
Wow, triangle attempt by Mikhail. Very hard to deal with his attacking attempts.
Mikhail is working for that triangle. Artem successfully escapes. Now we'll see his passing attempts. He's got a little body lock situation, trapping the wrist. Now full body lock. Let's see what he can do from here.
Mikhail Timokhin just tried to establish a Kimura grip and always threatening with submissions. Yeah, that's a good job, in especially taking into account that this rule set. Yeah, that's the right thing to do here. I think this situation, like this grappling exchange, showed some, you know, real. That Mikhail Timokhin is for real. he can absolutely win this match. Yeah, and a good elbow to the body, but it comes to the block.
Artem was looking for that Dars for a second.
And guess what? Artem Belak competes in the bantamweight division in MMA, so that's 61 kilograms. He doesn't look like that.
Looks much bigger, actually.
Sure. Oh yeah, I think, I don't know. Should be at least 75 kilos.
Something is in the water in that Muay Thai tiger.
I have scales in my eyes. Again, triangle attempt.
Artem is more than ready for it.
Yeah.
And now we see that he attempts to take the back.
Artem is very confident defending those techniques, but he's, you know,
now
anyways.
Mikhail is reversing it.
I think that there is an element of underestimation. I think that Artem didn't take Mikhail seriously, because there's not much information online about Mikhail. You know, just like an average black belt. Yeah, nothing special. Yeah, but he really surprises everyone of us here among this crowd watching, you know, this spectacular event.
100%.
Headbutt to the solar plexus by Artem Belak. So far, none of Mikhail Timokhin's submission attempts was considered a one deserving a score. But, you know, I think overall on the whole picture of the fight, all those actions can really reflect for sure.
Oh, they count. 100% they count. Now we see Mikhail Timokhin is hunting for the leg or something.
Yeah.
That is quite interesting. And now again a triangle attempt.
From K-guard. Beautiful. Beautiful technique. And now he's
trying to break the posture of Artem Belak.
Artem Belak is trying to stay at his left.
Will he reverse him to the mount?
Wow. Again, he's trying to collect that triangle. It's still not tight. And Artem Belak is very aware how to defend here, how to feel the tension, you know, to create angles in triangle.
Yeah, Artem Belak does a good job of positioning himself in such a way that Mikhail Timokhin doesn't get that angle on the triangle.
Very smart of him. Which
We got 50 seconds left. Let's see what happens. I think Artem Belak needs to a Hail Mary. He needs something big. He needs to jump for a submission.
Again, now it looks tight.
That is tight.
Now it looks tight.
Especially from the mount. Let's see what happens.
Now his arm is across his body. Yeah,
and we got a tap. And that is a major upset today.
What a performance by Mikhail Timokhin.
You can't sleep on this man.
Very technically sound guy turned out to be.
We see Artem Belak is a little frustrated at the moment. Mikhail Timokhin, all class.
So yeah, my predictions were very poor, but still, I give a lot of credit to Artem Belak. Still think he was one of the favorites, but it is what it is. That's a sport.
I think Mikhail Timokhin just got on a lot of people's radar.
Oh, who he's gonna fight in the next in semifinals?
While you're checking that,
let me check. Yeah,
we'll see.
Acbjj.
Acbjj. That's gonna be interesting.
Especially knowing that Acbjj has that serious injury. I'm not sure if he even comes out there. Yeah, Mikhail has all the chances to win and proceed to the finals.
Now, this next couple of athletes are also spectacular, and I would say again one of my favorites. They're gonna fight live. That's a beautiful finish. We see triangle finish. It was very tight.
Yeah, Mikhail looks very excited. Maybe he didn't really expect that kind of performance from himself. Especially win by submission.
This man. Now, Islam Mamilov is probably, again, one of the most technical fighters we have in this bracket. This man is a submission hunter. There's not a single moment, not a single second in the fight that he's not trying to break your limb. This man has amazing judo skills, really good leg locks, very strong physically. He's a head coach of Atlantic Academy, black belt, world, Asia, European champion BJJ. Favorite submission is a triangle, but lately he's been working on his leg attacks.
And also, it's not the first time for Islam Mamilov to compete in that World Super Cup rule set. Yeah, so I actually watched him compete in St. Petersburg at World Super Cup. He won. I think he won the first stage by leg lock. Actually, he won Artur Prokopiev, who has just competed on these mats. Yeah, and then I'm not sure how he went, how he did after this.
What do we know about Prokopiev?
Not Prokopiev.
Sorry, yeah, my bad. Baradin. What do we know about Baradin?
Oh, there's an interesting story behind this guy. So I found his interview, and he has never been involved into any sports, especially martial arts. And only after graduation from pharmaceutical university, he actually got to know about BJJ.
That's a late start.
And then he was supposed to be a pharmacist, and after a military service, he took up BJJ seriously, obtaining a black belt with time, and then he had a dilemma what to choose, jiu-jitsu or pharmaceutical industry. So, and then he evidently he chose jiu-jitsu, and now he coaches. He's got a big team. He's a black belt under Dmitry Angel, and he's a coach in the Academy of Grappling. Actually, a local sportsman representing Krasnodar.
Now we see Islam already almost past the guard. Incredible guard passing from Islam. You know what? Talking about Igor Baradin and his pharmaceutical journey, I think he chose a sport that is very close to pharmaceutical companies too. You know, like, we know that about jiu-jitsu.
We didn't say it. Also, he used to be a musician during his student school years. Yeah, so a very interesting personality coming into play now.
He's got a lot of support in this room.
Oh yeah.
Islam is also. Islam is very patient. What I like about him is he's like a true professional. You never see him in rush. You never see him frustrated. You never see him angry. He is all business.
Always balanced, very focused, very calm. Yeah, he doesn't show his emotions. A true competitor. Yeah.
Yeah.
With a huge experience under his belt. Islam is trying to release the lapel to establish a better control here, and then probably get into a submission position. Good shoulder pressure to the neck of Yegor Borodin by Islam Mamilov.
Islam is very close to free that leg. And if he frees that leg, that's a mount position, and you don't want to be. Yeah. You don't want to have Islam on top of you in a mount. You don't want to have it. Now, these people are like crowd favorites. We see Islam underhooking the arm.
Yeah, walking with his wrist, release, like taking off the arm.
And we've got a mount, secures the mount.
Very technical.
Let's see if he works for the arm bar. Now, his mount is so good that the question is, can you escape his guard without exposing your back? That is the major question. We see Yegor Borodin is already trying to turn.
Yeah, very solid mount position by Islam Mamilov.
Very tight, very tight.
Crossed his ankle under his opponent's body here. Very tight knees. Yeah, Yegor is trying to get his elbows behind the thighs of Islam.
Yeah, it seems like Yegor Borodin is working for the classic elbow escape. Now we see Islam.
S-mount, armbar attempt. Now that should
We see Islam is very heavy on that position. Got the arm, let's see. You see how calm Islam is?
Yeah.
He doesn't get too excited. He doesn't get too emotional. He doesn't rush it. He is seasoning his opponents. He is seasoning his submissions. He is not rushing it. That's a true mastery right there.
Yeah, he's got a good bite here. He's got nowhere to hurry. Yeah, he knows what he does.
And we know if a judo guy gets you in this position, that's a bad news. That's a bad news. He is very strong physically. Look at his face.
Yeah, Yegor is trying to bridge and hip escape from it. Trying to get on top.
Almost got the arm out.
Oh, yeah. Slowly but surely taking his hand as Islam Mamilov.
Now Islam Mamilov winks to his corner man. He's like, I got it. No worries. It's all good. There we go. Yegor Borodin has to tap. And he didn't delay that tap, which is also very wise because Mamilov is so strong physically, he will rip your arm off.
And that's a big heart shown by Yegor Borodin. Very, a lot of heart on his part because he's a coach. He's got a lot of responsibility. As a coach, I can understand him. When you come out there competing on this level against that opponent, which not a lot a lot of people understand, especially the ones that are not very experienced in jiu-jitsu, that don't know this sport. When you come out and perform in front of this audience, in front of the home audience, that adds a lot of pressure on you, very emotional. And that's very brave of him, actually. You know, so no shame of losing to such a seasoned grappler as Islam Hamilov. You know, good performance, a lot of heart shown, and I think that that's an example for his students. You know, for sure.
100%. 100%. He's a great role model for his students, and he had a crazy support from them. But yeah, Islam Hamilov is on another level so far. Now, next fight is really exciting.
Мы, конечно, желаем удачи, пускай победит сильнейший. Дорогие друзья, дамы и господа, я представляю первую полуфинальную схватку в дивизионе Russian Nogi Super Cup Heavyweight. И первым на татами добро пожаловать Тамерлан Еслемесов!
Tamerlan is back on the mats. You know what Tamerlan said to me before the event started? He's like, I don't want to take breaks. The guy was like, the only thing I don't like about competition is taking breaks. I don't want to come. I don't want to fight. I don't want to take any breaks. I am ready. I'm fired up. My man, there we go. And the region Tamerlan Yeslymesov is from, I mean, everyone is watching right now. He's got a lot of support behind him. And yeah, this guy usually doesn't let anybody down. But up against him, we got Vladimir Blum, who is no joke. A force to be reckoned with. Yeslymesov gotta bring his A game. He's gotta bring his A game against this man.
A very even matchup, very intriguing one. Vladimir Blum versus Tamerlan Yeslymesov. Both of them are, you know, very experienced young guys.
Vladimir Blum was only 21, man.
Oh yeah.
This guy, when he's like 26, what's gonna happen?
Right. So let's see what happens in this one. My bet is that Vladimir Blum pulls guard here.
There's a good chance
he's
of
a
that
great
happening.
guy. Yeah, he's a great guard player, and then Tamerlan is a great guard passer, so I think that's going to be a classic matchup here.
No shame in pulling guard. Oh, that's also okay.
Well, single leg, then transitions for a double leg from them. Good takedown, very confident one, and then starting to pressure pass.
A lot of times we see people giving out their single leg like this, you know, to bait opponent in, and usually opponent's like, no, I'm not taking it. Yeslymesov was like, sure, no problem.
Well, it seemed like the takedown, so like Vladimir Blum didn't even struggle against that takedown. Maybe
he wanted it. Yeah, I think because he wants to get on his legs.
Yeah.
He wants to get on Tamerlan's Yeslymesov's
I think that
legs.
that was a good chance for him to establish a good position there.
Right.
Like, maybe
off
some
of
kind
the
of
scramble,
guard,
you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, potentially.
Other than going for a guard pull, especially knowing that in this rule set the guard pull is allowed only if you break the posture of your opponent or you have to jump guard. Actually, that's the thing that Vladimir Blum did in his first match here on these mats today.
But if we remember, guys, how heavy Tamerlan Yeslymesov is from the top. The guy is so heavy from the top that it's very interesting that Vladimir Blum took this path to victory. He thinks this is the path to win. But maybe it's a good strategy because, yeah, I think the best option for Vladimir Blum is attack Tamerlan's legs. That's what I believe. Both of them got a stalling warning.
Knee shield here and trying to over-under pass.
Both of them get penalties.
Nice.
Trying to jump over
pass,
the guard,
yeah.
yep. Now, that's exactly, trying to get a toe hold.
Toe hold, yeah, by Vladimir
With a
Bill.
man who's so strong as Tamerlan submissive, toe holds are maybe not an option.
You can see that pain on the
Now,
on the
Tamerlan
face of
submissive.
Tamerlan.
There we go, hunting for the legs himself. There we go, gets the leg. Let's see if he passes this over.
Oh man, that's
There we
50-50
go.
position.
There's potential for a heel hook.
Heel hook,
there we
yeah.
go, got a heel hook exposure. Got a heel exposure, and we'll see what happens. He's yanking on it. Let's see if he Bloom taps or no. There we go, Tamerlan, yes, the Nesov gets the W again. And he's fired up, man. That's a beautiful submission. And we thought that the best path to victory for Vladimir Bloom is a leg lock. And then Tamerlan, the submissive, is like, you know what? I heard you boys. Check
it
this
turned
out.
out like the opposite way.
It's incredible. This man is a beast.
That was painful. That was really painful.
It seems like Vladimir Bloom is hurt. Congratulations to Tamerlan, yes, the Nesov. Remember the name, people. Remember the name. Now we see Vladimir Bloom limping off of the mats. We wish him speedy recovery. He goes directly to our medics. Look at this guard past Tam. And there he gets a heel hook.
Yeah.
Like I said, a knockout punch, right?
Уважаемые дамы и господа, представляю первый полуфинальный поединок в дивизионе Russian Battle Super Cup Lightweight. И первым на татами добро пожаловать Никита Чистяков.
We get back to Russian Battle Super Cup under 75 kilograms weight division. Nikita Chistikov, who won in the first stage in the quarterfinals. He fought, Mohammad Jafarov, yeah. Nikita Chistikov is gonna face, let me check. Yeah, Shora Ivazami.
That is interesting. We see a battle of two gladiators, man. Both of these people have insane frame. Look at these guys. They're huge, they're strong, they hit hard, they have crazy MMA experience, so it's very interesting to see how this plays out.
Let's see if Shora Ivazan becomes a hurdle that he can't pass.
Right.
Can't jump over.
Look at Shora Ivazan. One thing that comes with experience is that all of these drums and music and lights and the crowd, they don't scare you anymore. You know, they don't distract you from the target. And the target is Nikita Chistikov.
Yeah, those guys are not distracted by the lights and the crowd because they have a lot of experience. Like Shora Ivazan, 16 pro fights, 15-1. Nikita is close to 30, so that like two very experienced guys having a lot of fights under their belts.
We'll see if we'll get any BJJ action going on, because this might become basically a striking slugfest.
I think that Nikita being a a brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu anyways, and he was always known for his submissions, his ground game. I think he's gonna do some submission attempts. Anyways, I think he counts on that.
Sure. Shall
Especially
we expect
leg locks, yeah.
an Eminari roll?
Who knows?
There we go. He's defending his body quite well. You see, some of the guys, they were, you know, they had a habit of saying an MMA stance, but in MMA
yeah.
you have to also protect your face. And look, oh, there we go. When Jora gets a body lock, it's bad news. I've seen this in MMA.
Good guard retention by Nikita Chistikov.
Heavy elbow.
Yeah. Headquarters
strikes.
position for Jora Ivazan. Good ground and pound. Top pressure. He's got an underhook. And then Nikita, it seems like he's not bothered by his guard here. Just being an MMA fighter or a combat sambo fighter, he feels pretty confident.
Dropping some headbutts
in the guard.
Right.
Being in the guard.
Yeah, that's the thing with these MMA guys. They're used to having a guy in their guard trying to punch the life out of him, you know? Chistikov is defending his torso very well. Very few punches actually land.
Punches from the bottom by Chistikov.
Punching from the bottom, man, right?
Yeah.
Look, uppercutting to him. What will the Jora? Jora has more instinct to punch rather than to seek a submission.
Jora has a very good base, good posture. Now he feels all those attempts by Nikita Chistikov, but you know, it's very interesting how Nikita, you know, builds his path towards the result he wants, if it happens this way.
Jora is very active with his strikes from the top, elbows,
throwing
hooks.
elbows to the thighs too.
Right.
That everything, like each of those punches reflect on Nikita's gas tank for sure. Then.
No doubt, no doubt. Especially from Jora, man. His punches are heavy. You can hear him from here. We wear headphones, and I can still hear him landing. Boom. Right to the stomach. That one landed for sure. And Jora has been in these situations so many times. So many times in his MMA fights, he gets a guy into this position, and then he just starts grounding, pounding life out of them. And now you also give him headbutts, you know? This guy goes crazy. Look. He's not really looking to pass. You see, he just wants to hurt him. Yeah, for sure. All those punches have like a cumulative effect for sure, and then they can change the way the fight goes for sure. So. And you see, because Jora is constantly attacking his body, Nikita constantly has to have his arms around his torso. That doesn't allow Nikita Chistikov to open up for the submissions, you see, because he always have to keep his hands busy defending the strikes from Jora. Sneaky punch. Yeah, that's what the difference. Yeah, that's what the difference when you bring punches into the game. So you can be a very skillful jiu-jitsu player, submission hunter, but. What can you do if you absorb punches to the, let's say, to the body? That's not also a pleasant thing. Right. Remember, guys, no gloves. Nice. So every strike really hurts. And no points as well. Right. Inside low kick. Feinting. Like, one of the things that I see from Jora, what not a lot of people do, that comes with experience. He does feints. He does feints. A lot of people are just throwing without setting up the punch. Jora, he does a lot of feints. That's what all of the top strikers always preach and teach in practice. They tell you, do the feints. The best example probably is going to be Israel Adesanya. He overwhelms his opponents with a bunch of feints. Now we have some crazy exchange. Nikita Chistikov. Spinning wheel kicked into the orbit. Let's see if Jora Ivazan actually tries to pass this time. Man, he loves the headbutts, obviously. I don't think he sees the necessity of passing the guard here. Yeah, he's just very comfortable from the top, being inside his guard and throwing punches from there. would you call any of those situations where they got to the ground a takedown? Technically, Jora didn't take him down.
Yeah, it's not a takedown, I think. It's just... I think they got accidentally during Nikita's attempt to kick, I think. Just he lost his balance and then...
Right, I think 2 times both of them fell after Nikita trying to spinning wheel kick and Jora trying to capitalize on it. Whoa, a little question mark kick.
To the head.
To the head, yeah, so Jora, careful. Again, Jora fires up, you know?
Nice liver strike by Nikita. Nikita is trying to explode.
I think Jora is the most dangerous at the end of the fight. Boom, beautiful. The fight is over, and we'll see. But it seems like Jora Ayvazyan has done enough because he was landing more punches. He was very active from the top. But who knows? We'll see what the judges think about that. Right. So,
Жора Ayvazyan. Господа, в этой схватке единогласным решением судей победу одержал Жора Ayvazyan.
Jora Ayvazyan is your winner. Nikita Chisakov, he treated us with a beautiful fight.
Yeah, but anyways, he will have a match for the 3rd place coming up.
Right, so we will see Nikita again.
Yeah, Timokhin versus Atleshev. Then we'll find out who goes to the finals, who goes to the bronze match against Nikita Chistikov.
So Jora Ayvazyan by unanimous decision.
Разрешите представить следующий полуфинальный поединок. Категория Russian Super Cup Lightweight. И первым на татами добро пожаловать Jimmy Razmadze.
So we got Jimmy Razmadze against Damash Edezov. That's going to be very interesting. 2 very, very intellectual fighters, 2 technicians going at it in the gi. It doesn't get much better than that.
I'm very pumped for this. You know, sometimes, you know, let's be honest, that jiu-jitsu is not, you know, most of the times, it's not the most exciting sport to watch, especially in the gi. But those 2 guys, you know, they proved the opposite. So they have a very spectacular game. So I'm looking forward to see a lot of action in this one.
Very interesting to see this one. Very, very interesting. What happens a lot is what people sometimes don't understand. A lot of times when you have 2 very high-level fighters, especially in the gi, they cancel each other's jiu-jitsu out, you know, because it's so high-level. They have so many micro battles.
They shut each other's down.
Right.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
There are so many micro battles happening that people, you know, the public are waiting for the big thing. They're waiting for the jumping, inverted buggy choke, you know. But then you have 2 specialists fighting for those inches, inches, and men. In those inches is either your victory or the loss.
So the price for a mistake is very high.
Exactly.
Yeah. And both of these guys know it.
Edezov is smiling. He's confident. Look at him. Look at how loose he is.
But
gets
yeah,
the
you
grips, immediately jumps to
you
the
can
guard.
see he enjoys it.
Right.
Yeah. That's something that, you know, brings a lot of joy into his life. You know, the whole jiu-jitsu and competition.
Look at Razmadze. Look at his balance. And look at how calm he remained during that exchange.
Yeah.
Razmadze has that coach demeanor. You know, you can tell he's a coach. Like, you see him out there somewhere on the streets, you know this guy is a coach. And Dimash Atezov is one of those guys. He's so nice, he's smiling, he's wearing his glasses. You would never think that this man can murder you in about 20 seconds.
Do you think he comes out into the fight wearing his glasses because he has really bad vision, or it's part of his image?
That is a good question. I think, considering you say that he's really nerdy about jiu-jitsu, so I think maybe like before the fight he watches some instructionals, you know, and maybe then goes to the mats, and considering how relaxed he is, maybe he then tries some things out that he just watched on YouTube.
I think a little bit of both.
I love that. Look at this exchange. Very technical. Atezov constantly fights for that collar grip.
I remember first time I met David Atezov. I think he was 17 or 18 years old, and we were in Finland for some MMA tournament, and he's got his first professional fight there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he came out on a short notice, and being primarily like mostly a submission guy, he knocked out his opponent in you know, in a few seconds into the fight.
So maybe next time battle jiu-jitsu, huh?
I don't think that's you know, that's the thing that will motivate him. Yeah, it's like making a decision to be a pure jiu-jitsu guy. I think he will continue his way here in this discipline. I think those two are may compete for the name of the nicest guy in Russia in jiu-jitsu community.
Krasnodar is very nice, right? I saw he's always smiling, always positive, always respectful. Actually, that's an embodiment of jiu-jitsu, right? Usually jiu-jitsu guys, they're very nice, very respectful to each other. And Dimash Atezov, I see, has exactly that same energy. You know, very friendly. That's the jiu-jitsu vibe, actually. I would say that's the jiu-jitsu vibe, you know, because Brazilians are very nice people. Now he's in on this leg. Let's see what he creates from here. Maybe he will get some off-balancing going on. He has amazing X-guard. Well, actually, you know what? It doesn't even make sense to say anything like Krasnodar has amazing this, Krasnodar has amazing that, because basically everything he does is incredible. There we go. A sweep and in an
straight ankle lock.
Atezov is lapping it off.
He's trying to overcome that pain here.
He was lapping it off.
Oh, yeah. Now he's got a little better position here, creating some distance. But it's 1 point for Jimmy Razmadze.
Now, Dimash Atezov is trying to be really heavy on that leg, not to allow Razmadze to straighten it, not to allow Razmadze to spin under Dimash. So we'll see. We'll see if Atezov finds his way out of this leg entanglement, because Razmadze is very sticky. You can see his jiu-jitsu is very, very sticky.
So it seems that Jimmy is close to losing that outside ashy position. Yeah, Dimash seems to be very heavy on him, at least trying to create some pressure. That's the game of, you know, centimeters.
That's those
centimeters.
inches we were talking about, right? Exactly. You know what? US, the heck with your inches. It's the game of centimeters. You got it? Because we got Kirill right here. He doesn't play those inches, you know?
No, yeah,
centimeters.
I don't know what
Come
it
on
is.
now. Why do we have to complicate everything? Come on. Life is already hard enough. Okay? Now we got under a minute to go. You see, if Dimash Estezov has more urgency to get out and he straightens his leg out to stand up, that's exactly when he exposes
yeah,
himself,
he tries
right?
to get his neck here to utilize pressure. Yeah, to release his leg, do like a sprawl move here. And trying to isolate Jimmy's leg here with his ankle. And Jimmy is again close to that leg lock position.
Now Jimmy again does his best to get the foot lock. Let's see if he's able to do so. The knee
yeah, 8
line, I
seconds.
think, is off already a little bit. But see, Dimash is hunting for the leg himself. Maybe he tries a yoke lock or something. And the time is out.
So last time during the World Cup 2023, Dimash, he had really great matchup with great grappling exchanges, and you know the match's course changing throughout you know the distance. So like he lost some points and then he won and lost again, and then seconds before the end of the fight he just you know got his victory from nowhere, this leg lock.
Now, that was a beautiful match. A truly beautiful match.
Jimmy Razmadze becomes the finalist of Russian Super Cup in the gi.
He's one of those rare people who can effectively mix his fighting career and coaching career. Guys, that is a very hard thing to do. A very hard thing to do. You got to prepare for your competition, but you also have like 50 people expecting you to give them attention, to train them, to give them tips, to give them advice. So, hats off to Razmadze.
Следующую полуфинальную схватку в дивизионе Russian Nogi Super Cup Heavyweight. И первым на татаме добро пожаловать Acbjj Arazbek.
Acbjj Arazbek is coming back on the mat now. I gotta be honest with you. Acbjj Arazbek versus Eldar Saidov is like a dream matchup. Is a true dream matchup. That is as high of a level as it gets. That is very, very, very exciting. We'll see if Acbjj Arazbek is able to somehow nullify leg attacks from Eldar Saidov, which is, you know, not a walk in the park.
I wish we saw this matchup as a final in this bracket.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Still, it's semifinals.
It's final worthy. Right, I agree with you, 100%. And Saidov, he's got that unbelievable confidence. Whenever he steps on the mats, he's all business. Look at him. He's all business. It feels like he doesn't worry at all. Acbjj Arazbek is stoic. Acbjj Arazbek just stole his corner. It's all good, I got this. So we'll see if he actually got this. Now, I want to remind you guys that Saidov didn't get a chance to crank the leg. He got the heel, didn't get a chance to yank it, you know, so I think he's not leaving this without some pops. But we'll see. Arazbek is a very, very, very tall task. We'll see what happens. Some heavy collar tie. Gets a single. Very interesting. I would expect Saidov actually to jump guard. But there we go. He is actually, despite the fact that he is always attacking legs, always playing open guard, he's got amazing wrestling. Very fast wrestling, very dynamic, very strong physically, very technical. So don't be tricked by his leg locks. There we go. Orzbek, amazing takedown. Immediately working on the pass. And let's see what game plan have Acbjj Orzbek developed to somehow to avoid exactly what's happening right now.
Position.
And he got the hill. Let's see if he finishes it. 9 times out of 10. There we go. Eldar Saidov gets the W. Eldar Saidov.
Quick victory by Eldar Saidov. What a beast this guy is.
Shakes it off like nothing. This is crazy. Guys, mind you how incredible Acbjj Orzbek is. Eldar Saidov by submission. Eldar Saidov has a lot of subs. This man, again, if he wins by points, he's pissed off. He's angry. He wants the sub. He wants to finish. He has that willpower. He has the killer be killed instinct. And there we go. Today it's skill. Look at this heel hook.
That's very tight, yeah.
It's almost like every time he gets to this position, he finds a way to the heel.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы продолжаем полуфинальные схватки. Я представляю следующий полуфинальный поединок в дивизионе Russian Battle Super Cup.
Oh, that one is an interesting matchup. Inal Atleshev versus Mikhail Timokhin.
That is very exciting.
Let's see.
We hope that Inal Atleshev is fully recovered. He seems a little bit slow, a little bit off.
Yeah, coming off, a fresh incident in the first matchup. Yeah. You can see that he's injured, but true warrior.
Any kind of injury in BJJ is a bad news, but in battle BJJ, it's a really bad news, you know? We'll see. What is the strategy? I know his coach is incredibly technical, very cerebral, very smart. So maybe they have developed some sort of plan, considering that he has that injury, considering that he's not 100%. Maybe they work on some specific plan to fight Mikhail Timokhin. But Belach also had a plan. But Mikhail Timokhin was unstoppable. So let's see.
Mikhail Timokhin is a truly nice guy, very gentle, has good manners, very respectful, great sportsmanship, and it's going to be a hard thing for him to deal with the fact that his opponent is seriously injured here. So let's see if he will have enough,
yeah, you can tell. That was a very warm hug.
Sports angriness, yeah.
There we go. That was a very
to
warm
overcome
hug.
it.
He's like, I feel you, bro.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, I've been there before. Been there, done that.
Yeah. But it's really hard to maintain that humanity, combine that humanity and the will to win, seeing your opponents suffer this way. So that's a challenge for him. I can understand him, for sure.
Now, one of the most dangerous things potentially that can happen in these fights is when you throw a strike and you have a bare knuckle, right? And then you land on your opponent's elbow. If that happens, that is a really bad news for you, because you can really break your fingers, you can break your thumb, you can break your wrist. That is a very dangerous thing to do.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's probably the most frequent injury in Karate Kyokushinkai, because they're standing and trading those punches without gloves on close distance. Yeah, they're just hitting the elbows, blocks.
Gotta be honest with you, if I had this under this rule set to fight, yeah, this is probably what I would be looking for. I would be looking for lending my elbow as a counter strike to yeah. I would try to counter someone's strikes with my elbow. I would try them land on my elbow and potentially hurt their.
Okay,
And then again, very close to the ground strike. You know, it's like, I've been there. It's okay. Inal shakes it off. He's like, that's not hard. That's not hard enough. Now those are
that's
punches.
what Mikhail does, actually, trying to put his elbows close to his.
Oh, that's really heavy. And one of them almost got to the liver.
Now Mikhail should become, I think, less, care less about the health of his opponent.
Right.
Yeah.
Those strikes are really heavy.
At the end of the day, it's sport, and
100%.
you have to win.
If anyone was questioning Inal's toughness, what do you say now? Look at this. These guys are training right in the middle. Look at this. Really heavy strikes, very heavy punches. Man, Inal's uppercuts are crazy. Very, very, very strong.
I think the best case scenario for Mikhail Timokhin is to probably shoot for a double and then pull guard there, and then trying to threaten with submissions.
That's exactly what he does. Gets him immediately to a guillotine. Let's see what happens. And now gets a guillotine.
That looks, yeah, he finds the space.
Does a really good job of recovering right here. Staying out of danger. Now we see he gets an arm. What a fight we have in front of us right now.
Yeah,
and
that
now
was a very quick setup. Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, I think Mikhail was very quick with that decision to do the armbar. So I would say maybe, I may be right or not right, maybe it would be a better choice to establish the position.
To stay on top, you mean, right?
Yeah, of course. And then to feel comfortable here, and then to proceed slowly into the finish.
Inal shakes all of the punches. You can see the difference when Mikhail Timokhin lands and when Inal lands. Inal is bigger and stronger, so Mikhail really feels his punches.
Nice double leg.
Inal's got a headlock. Let's see what he creates from there. Maybe looking for an anaconda, potentially.
Inal has great both attacking and defensive wrestling. It's just a matter of his injury, his spine injury, that he goes to the ground so easily.
And we got the grip.
Anaconda.
Anaconda grip. He's going to turn. He's going to turn. His coach is telling him to turn the other side for some reason.
Oh.
He flips him. Let's see if he gets on top of him right now. That's tight.
Oh,
that is very tight.
That looks tight.
Again, a headlock situation. Let's see what he creates from here. They got to score. Where's the point for the submission attempt? Well, that was a real submission attempt.
Yeah, it was. Maybe they just didn't put it on
I saw one of the judges waving it off. He's like, no score.
No?
Now, that was as tight as it gets.
Yeah, but, judges have their own criteria. Maybe there's some hidden detail that we might not know.
It seems like, oh no.
Again. Man.
And we see how nice Timokhin is.
Very sorry for this guy
Timokhin
today.
is like, my bad, really. And I think we will see some heavy body shots again from Inal. And his leg kicks too. Leg kicks are very, very, very hard, very solid. That was hard. Snatching up a single leg, switching to a double, but Inal again attacks a guillotine. Doesn't get the leg position yet. We'll see if he goes to Anaconda from here again.
Mikhail is trying to create some space to survive there.
His coach is hyping the public up. Maybe he knows, because he knows that's when the coach really knows you. The coach knows you when he knows that the support from the public is important for you. You see, he's a showman.
Again.
And now seems to be like a good showman. If he hears people screaming, he goes for it. Now Timokhin is really aggressive on the
21
top.
seconds.
Timokhin needs something crazy. Timokhin needs a miracle right now. He needs just to jump on a submission. Any submission attempt would win him this fight. But there's not enough time, it seems like.
Wow.
That was quite special. That was a fight. That was a slugfest.
You know what, just like I said at the beginning of the match, I think that being nice may be harmful for Timokhin here, and that's I think how it went, right, exactly how it went, because, you know, he had a chance to do those takedowns right from the beginning, so he just stood in front of him waiting for something, and, you know.
And Inal Atleshev gets the W. Mikhail Timoshin was a true treat to witness, to see.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, в этой схватке единогласным решением судей одержал победу Inal Atleshev.
Congratulations to Inal Atleshev. Great display of heart. A true warrior. Great competitor, and great sportsmanship shown by both of these guys.
You see, Inal Atleshev is hurt. He's had a lot of strikes to the groin, and yeah, this one he's going to remember for sure. You see, his coach is about to embrace him and congratulate him with the victory. Mikhail Timokhin is still on the mats. Also congratulating Inal Atleshev. Mikhail Timokhin is a true warrior. This man is smaller than Inal, but he was fighting his best. He was landing good punches too. And now on to the next one.
И первым на татами добро пожаловать Artur Agasharinov!
Artur Agasharinov is coming back to the mats. We got a gi fight going on right now.
Обладатель черного пояса по бразильскому джиу-джитсу.
What we know about Agasharinov, the closer he gets to the finals, the better he fights. He fought on a really big stage multiple times, so he's not worried, he's not too nervous. But his opponent is a force to be reckoned with. We got Islam Mamilov coming to the mat. Now Islam Mamilov as we've seen, a true master. Never rushes things. He's never in a hurry to break any of your limbs. He takes his time, he marinates you, seasons you, then gets the W. Islam Amilov is a treat to see. This man is a master. And we'll see right now what's going to happen. Well, Islam Amilov, is he going to pull guard? Or is Artur Agasharinov going to pull guard? Because both of these guys are very competent in their stand-up game. I would say probably Islam Amilov has the edge. But we'll see right now. We are about to find out, and it's on. It's time to see this. Now, Mamilov pulls guard, actually. Gets the double sleeve grips. Maybe wants to play some lasso guard, spider guard. You name it. Whatever there is in jiu-jitsu, Islam Amilov is good at it. Now, Agasharinov Artur is tenacious from the top. Tenacious. He always keeps pushing. He always keeps attacking. He never stops. He's very consistent with his pressure. And we'll see if that plays out well for him against Islam Amilov, because Islam Amilov is very hard to pass. Islam Amilov has fantastic guard, incredible dexterity, unbelievable ability to recover his guard from whatever position. And he's very strong. You know that, guys, if you have ever rolled with judo guys, you know their grips are something else. Their grips are out of this world. Unbelievable strength. Agasharinov, though, as a very experienced BJJ athlete, he has experienced judo players before. Islam Amilov attacking omoplata right now. Agasharinov immediately addresses the problem. Now we see, again, Agasharinov is showing some urgency in passing the guard, which is exactly what judges want to see. Islam Amilov has that lasso with his left leg. We see him controlling the sleeve. We see Agasharinov Artur holding Islam's pants. Tried to duck under the leg. Now Islam is attacking. Again, he's so lightning fast with his attacks. Very fast with his attacks. Now Islam is on top. Working with the lapel. Trying to secure a tighter position. Now Islam, as we saw, a lot of people know him as a fantastic guard player. Incredible from the bottom because he attacks the legs a lot of times. He gets a lot of triangle finishes, but I want you not to forget what happened in the last fight. So we saw that he's more than competent when he is working from the top. We saw that beautiful armbar finish, and we'll see what he does right now. There we go, he passes the lapel, loses it. What is the strategy of Agasharinov Artur here? Will he try to sweep, or will he try to get on the leg? Because that's the thing. It seems like Islam Amilov nullifies that K-guard that Agasharinov sometimes plays. I don't think Agasharinov will try to get the leg because Islam Amilov is just too dangerous in a leg-lock shootout. You see, everything Islam Amilov needs to do is to clear that leg. You see, he's saying quiet. He's saying quiet. See, Islam Amilov is all about business. Now, Artur Agasharinov has that shallow grip on his bite on his leg. Now it's a little bit better. Now he has adjusted it. You see, Islam Amilov, again, not rushing anything. Slowly but surely advancing his position. Now, will he try to get the back? That's what it seems like he's trying to do. There we go. Passing to second control. It's so tight. His game is just so tight. Islam Mamilov doesn't give you room to breathe. And that is beautiful. That is just a beautiful technique from Islam Mamilov. Islam Mamilov right now controlled the side control. Looked for north-south for a second. Now, there we go. Agashev gets a knee shield back. Islam Mamilov is not bothered at all. Fighting for the grips. Islam Mamilov's pressure is out of this world. He is constant. The way he switches his hips, he always makes you carry his weight. He never allows you to just rest on the bottom. He makes you work on the bottom. Like you see again, working for that lapel. And going for the choke, and that is it. Islam Mamilov has everything in his arsenal. Man. Islam Mamilov gets a beautiful W right here. Incredible. Unbelievable.
Итак, уважаемые дамы и господа,
Congratulations to Islam Mamilov.
Победу и отправляется в финал Islam Mamilov.
Islam Mamilov gets his hand raised.
Артуру Агашеринову.
Didn't even break the sweat, it seems like. That's what comes with that experience. With experience comes that you're not fighting the whole time. If the round is 7 minutes, he's not fighting all 7 minutes. He is resting inside the fight. You know, he doesn't wait to go to his corner. He's resting in the fight itself, and that is what comes only with experience. You cannot teach that.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, прежде чем мы перейдем к схваткам за 3 и 4 места, конечно же, к нашим суперсхваткам и финалам, разрешите представить наше уникальное шоу барабанов. Я предлагаю всем любителям джиу-джитсу зарядиться положительными эмоциями, чтобы дальше при схватках спортсмены чувствовали ваши эмоции. Краснодар, вы готовы?
So we will have a little
Итак,
drum action
уважаемые
going
дамы и
on
господа,
here.
еще раз попрошу заслуженных аплодисментов.
Just in case we have
Уникальное
some musicians
шоу
in
барабанов
the building.
сегодня специально для всех фанатов, которые находятся на трибуне Дворца спорта «Олимп» в городе Краснодар. На
Well,
турнире
all of the fights are
Acbjj
bangers
17.
so far.
Встречаем!
So let these guys bang as well. That's all right. That sounded weird.
уважаемые дамы и господа, попрошу заслуженных аплодисментов нашему уникальному шоу барабанов специально для вас. Итак, уважаемые дамы и господа, те, кто находится на трибунах Дворца спорта Олимп, миллионы фанатов, которые находятся во всем мире, любителей джиу-джитсу, мы начинаем поединки за 3-4 место. Итак, первым на татами добро пожаловать претендент на 3 место Владимир Блюм.
Vladimir Bloom is back on the mats, and he's about to fight for the 3rd place. Now, usually these fights for the 3rd place, sometimes, guys, they're crazy because these guys have not much to lose.
И на татами добро пожаловать его соперник. Приветствуйте, Acbjj Acbjj.
And Acbjj is also coming back to the mats. We'll see what he brings this time. This is also a very exciting match, and I'm actually very happy that we get it.
Yeah, Acbjj was, I think he was a little bit injured, maybe not a little bit. Let's see how it reflects on his performance in this match for the bronze.
Не используем запрещенные захваты, не хватаем за пальцы, слушаем мои команды. Показываем активную борьбу.
Abdul Bari Hussainov gives the final instructions before the clash up of those heavyweights.
Orozbek is laser focused. Vladimir Bloom, very experienced. Now we'll see what strategy will he elect this time, because Vladimir Bloom, that's what I was going to say, probably will pull guard and probably will be looking to entangle legs. But we'll see, maybe he has another thing in his pocket, in his arsenal. But yeah, it seems like he's reaching for the legs, maybe wants to get a K-guard. You see how Acbjj is switching his hips. The guy stays so heavy on you. He's basically like a wet blanket on you. It's very hard to shake him off of you. Acbjj underhooks the left leg of Vladimir Bloom. Now releases that. Now his knee line is almost out. So will he be able to establish mount maybe? Vladimir Bloom does a beautiful counter. These guys are a little bit too fast for the cameraman. Come on, boys. Nah, there you go. When Acbjj does that, man, if you have ever been on the bottom when someone is doing this, trying to clear their leg to advance to the mount, it's very heavy. It's very heavy. His shoulder pressure is crazy, but we see Vladimir Bloom is adjusting just the right way. We see he is establishing his frames. He doesn't allow Acbjj to settle. That is a beautiful strategy against a guy like Acbjj Orozbek, because you cannot let this guy settle into a position, because he's so strong, so heavy, he will keep you there for eternity, or find a submission and finish you. So you have to go an extra mile to always have your frames ready. Now you see that's a beautiful double leg takedown right into Vladimir Bloom's guard. Let's see what he creates from here. Acbjj Orozbek is posturing wants to open the guard, split the legs. We'll see if he's able to do that. And they go to the center of the mats. Back to the same position, close guard for Vladimir Blum. Orazbek already got his knees under the spine of Vladimir. Puts a lot of pressure on you as well. Now he's doing all of the right things. We see Vladimir Blum inverting for the leg.
Yeah, Vladimir is trying to create some angles, having a good position of closed guard. Orazbek is trying to posture up.
And in the corner of Vladimir Blum is none other than Razmadze, right? So when you have this technician in your corner, that is a really, really, really huge advantage too.
Yeah, don't forget that Vladimir Blum is a black belt from Razmadze brothers,
Right.
representing Gojira Academy from Moscow.
We failed to mention that Razmadze also has a brother who's also as unbelievable of a jiu-jitsu fighter as his other brother that we saw today.
Vladimir Blum is trying to create some space now, struggling for an underhook here.
Sitting back for a leg attack himself. Interesting. And gets a heel hook, it seems like. There we go. Unbelievable performance from Acbjj Orazbek. Man, telling you, this guy is scary. He can do it all. He can wrestle. He can do leg attacks, because we would expect Vladimir Blum attacking legs, but we saw Acbjj Orazbek attack the legs and get the W. I want to see a closer look. Was it a heel hook? What is a straight foot lock? To be honest with you guys, I didn't see it quite well.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, в этой схватке одержал победу и занимает почетное третье место Acbjj Orazbek.
Acbjj Orazbek,
Владимиру.
winner by submission. Gets the bronze.
Принимать заслуженные награды.
And right now, we're gonna have a little bit mad interview.
Acbjj, поздравляю тебя с зрелищной, уверенной победой в Кубке России, Суперкубке России в абсолютно весовой категории. Скажи, пожалуйста, когда у тебя был матч с Ильдаром Саидовым, полуфинал, насколько сильную травму ты получил и пришлось ли тебе потерпеть, да, за третье место?
Да, очень хорошо потянул колено Ильдар. Даже когда проходил гард вот в схватке за третье место, чувствовал, что колено не мог из стороны в сторону поворачивать.
В будущем, кого бы ты хотел видеть
So,
своим соперником?
our interviewer asked if Acbjj Orazbek, how compromised was his knee after a fight with Eldar Saidov? Acbjj said, yeah, my knee wasn't exactly stable.
Бороться по этим правилам очень удобно оказалось для меня.
Acbjj says that he likes fighting under this rule set.
Хорошая подготовка, готов бороться с любым топом.
He says, if I'm prepared, if I trained well enough, I'm ready to fight any top fighter you put in front of me. And no doubt, right now we saw a clear proof that Acbjj Orazbek is ready for anyone.
Заслуженных аплодисментов нашим уважаемым спортсменам. Спасибо им за красивую схватку.
Incredible performance from Acbjj Orazbek. On to the next one, guys.
И следующая схватка за третье и четвертое место в дивизионе Russian Gi Super Cup Lightweight. И первым на татами добро пожаловать Дамаш Тезов!
Damаш Tezov. Always happy, always excited to fight, always nice, always smiling, brings a beautiful energy to the mat. But do not be lulled to sleep with his demeanor. This man is a killer.
Дамы и господа, приветствуйте его соперника Артур Агашвилина.
A very interesting matchup. Dimash Esteza versus Agashiripov Arturo. This is going to be very interesting. Now, I think Dimash Esteza poses a serious threat for Arturo Agashiripov. Why? Because Arturo Agashiripov sometimes tries to pass the guard a little bit chaotic. And out of that chaos, a technician like Dimash Esteza can find a submission. But we'll see. Because if Agashiripov Arturo comes composed and ready, yeah, Dimash Esteza is also in for a hard fight.
Let's see if Dimash pulls guard here, because I would give a slight edge in the wrestling to Artur. So
I would definitely give Artur an edge in wrestling in no gi, but in gi, I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you. Let's see what happens.
let's see.
But yeah, there is a good chance Dimash pulls. There we go.
Yes, that's it. Jumps guard. And now that's the game of centimeters.
There we go.
As we call it, yeah?
There we go.
The game of controls, establishing the grips.
Have you personally rode with Dimash Esteza?
No.
No, okay.
I've never rolled.
I was wondering, what are some of his favorite techniques? He goes for that spider. Oh, that would be a beautiful sweep. Well, I've also noticed from Agashiripov Artur is that he has an amazing ability to stay safe. Just to stay just outside of your submissions. Very hard to submit as well. Even the matches that we see Agashiripov Artur lose, it's rarely by submissions. A lot of times it's penalties for stalling or by points. Not very often by submissions. Very hard to submit. He knows how to stay safe.
Yeah, Dimash Esteza is trying to be dangerous, getting his hips out.
They're talking to each other right now. It seems like a foot of Dimash Esteza gets stuck in the belt of Agashiripov Artur. It's all good now. It's all clear now.
Agashiripov has a very low base here, so to prevent Dimash's attacking attempts here.
Very hard to sweep Artur as well.
Yeah.
Very hard to sweep.
Very, he's got great base. As the representative of Dagestani school of grappling.
Right.
That's kind of natural, obviously.
Yeah. In their school thought, I would say, where Agashiripov Artur comes from, anytime your butt touches the mat, not because you pulled guard, but because someone put you on the mat, it's almost like already a loss for them. They take it really serious. And I don't think there's any place in the world where people make more fun of guard pullers than in Dagestan. And it makes sense because they have a huge tradition of wrestling. So they're all about takedowns, good stand up, good stand up, good stand up. So if you pull guard, you can be ridiculed for that. But it's jiu-jitsu. Come on now.
Yeah, but anyways, jiu-jitsu is evolving all around the world and in Russia as well. So we're not an exception. And even Dagestani guys, some of them are equally good standing and on the ground. So it's becoming a really professional sport.
Right.
Even judging by two previous World Cup, World Super Cups. Yeah, we could evident Dagestani guys, going toe-to-toe with the greatest talent.
Look at this. Reverse triangle?
Yeah.
Wrong side triangle, they say. Wrong side triangle. There's a way to finish it, and it gets the finish. Artur Agashiripov is really, really upset with himself.
Agashiripov looks very disappointing, counting on that bronze medal. So unfortunately, yeah.
Dimash Esteza is sneaky with it. Very sneaky with it. Wrong side triangle. Guys, you gotta be a true technician to finish it. A layman will never finish it.
Итак, уважаемые дамы и господа, в этой схватке одержал победу
Well
и
deserved.
получил
Damash
почетное
Tezov,
третье
exciting,
место.
exciting rapper. Unbelievable performance, yeah.
Его сопернику за красивую схватку Артуру Агашвилину.
Let's see what Damash Tezov has to say. Look at this. Pulls guard, played amazing guard, had this also always lasso, then tries to lock up a triangle, sees that he can't, and switches to your wrong side triangle. Amazing.
Неправильно, но я очень рад твоей победе. Вот. Показываешь на событиях Acbjj.
Let's see what he has to
Все
say.
лучшие выступления. И каждый раз очень-очень конкурентные схватки, да, с лучшими, реально лучшими в мире, не побоюсь этого слова. Вот. Расскажи просто про свои ощущения и про уровень конкуренции, и вот просто про сегодняшний день.
Здравствуйте. Я начинал в ММА, провел 7 боев, а потом столкнулся с психологическими проблемами и на протяжении 2 лет не выступал. Даже не мог на соревнования приходить со своими учениками. Очень сильно нервничал от этой атмосферы. Сейчас, когда это позади, я хочу, чтобы вы знали, что нет места, где я более живой, чем здесь.
There we go. He's sharing some really personal feelings. He says that he started from MMA, had 7 fights, had 7 fights, but then had some psychological problems where he was really nervous. He was fainting, blacking out whenever he was in the atmosphere of an MMA event. But then he found Jiu-Jitsu, and he says, I am never more alive than on the mats. I am never more alive than right here on these mats. Beautiful words from Damash Tezov.
Начиная с дебюта, и у тебя очень хорошая, кстати, карьера была. Очень ты был зрелищным и крутым бойцом ММА. Вот. Почему ты в джиу-джитсу в итоге перешел? Вроде бы
The question is, if everything was so well in your MMA career because you were very successful, why did you move to BJJ? He says, is it only because of jiu-jitsu, only because of psychological problems? And Damash said, no, it's just sometimes happens in life that you don't find your passion right away. It takes some time. He says, I like the excitement of the fight. This Grand Prix was very exciting. Some of the fighters really made me feel nervous and excited for the event. He says there are 2 people that I really respect, and I hope they get it right. He said, I want to fight Gairbek Ibragimov and Magomed Jarbayev. So, a call out, a beautiful time for a call out. He says they're incredible athletes. They're very strong athletes, but I believe I'm prepared to face them. That is like the nicest call out you will ever see in your life.
Уже знаешь, что будет интересно и зрелищно, и не будете лежать друг на друга и просто.
Можно еще буквально 2 слова скажу? Спасибо большое моим ребятам в Питере. Я знаю, что они очень сильно топят за меня. Моим ребятам из Holy Family, моим ребятам из Абдулина, всем, кто хотел моей победы или чтобы я достойно выступил. В целом, не всегда, когда ты занимаешь призовое место, это хорошая борьба. Сегодня я с собой горжусь. Спасибо организаторам еще раз.
Поздравляем тебя.
Ну что, Краснодар, подарите аплодисменты Damash
Tezov says, not every time you win you're satisfied with yourself. Today I'm satisfied. Today I'm happy with my performance. And he should be. It was truly an incredible performance.
Мы продолжаем наш турнир, и следующим Долгожданным событием для всех любителей джиу-джитсу становится суперфайт нашего вечера. Итак, дорогие друзья, уважаемые дамы и господа, представляю Acbjj Nogi Super Fight. И первым на татами добро пожаловать Адлан Батаев!
And we move on to our super fight. Adlan Bataev versus, well, you'll see who he's fighting. Adlan Bataev, very strong, very physical, very, very physical. This man is as tough as nails. We'll see what he brings to the table this time.
Adlan Bataev, yeah, a truly experienced MMA veteran.
Crazy ground and pound this guy has.
Really
crazy ground and pound.
World-class fighter.
Приветствуйте, Самуэл Тафи!
David Samuel is a very experienced, actually one of the representatives of the new generation of Russian MMA fighters, because he's got a background in MMA. He just picked up that sport, and he was quite successful with amateur competition, competing under the MMA Union banner and achieving great results among youth and juniors. And then he did a successful transition into professional MMA scene, and so far he shines.
Yeah, David is a very fast guy, very strong guy. Final instructions. And a handshake before the battle.
Usually we see two guys with at least big experience in jiu-jitsu, yeah? Those two, I'm not sure, so I can't make any conclusions, but at least on paper, both of them are MMA fighters. So
yeah,
let's see how this one goes.
What I can say is that whenever Adlan Bataev is playing guard, anytime your head is below his head, when he's pulling your neck, when he's doing the collar ties, he attacks the guillotine. He loves attacking guillotine. Now, what I've seen from David, this man is very strong, very dynamic. He has great reflexes, really fast, lightning fast double legs. I saw him suplexing the life out of one person. So this man can grapple. He can surprise people here today.
I think David is a naturally born athlete, so genetically he has big advantage over a lot of his opponents for sure.
Right.
And now that here, Adlan Bataev being a great veteran, so I'm not sure if he's active now, but David Samuel looks
That's
to be
the
in great
double
shape.
leg.
He looks like to be in great shape. David Samuel keeping his hips low here.
Almost gets the mount. And then you see immediately good instincts, right? Immediately when there is a danger of a lag attack, just gets his leg out of equation. jumps around the gout. Very athletic. The man is very, very athletic. Like you said, natural athlete. Adlan Bataev welcomes him to his guard. Gets his butterfly hooks. Now we see David trying to immobilize his hips. There we go.
Nice.
Oh, that's a nice
Backstab.
switch. There we go. Backstab, yeah.
But great job by Adlan Bataev.
Adlan Bataev is
with his
aware.
Guard retention.
Try to go for a little shoulder crunch. Samuel, very dynamic again. Look how strong Adlan Bataev is.
So far, both the guys, you know, take a lot of attempts, but none of them are successful. But, you know, Adlan Bataev is trying to shake his opponent's base. David trying to establish some pressure to pass the guard. Adlan is transitioning in between different types of guard here. Now trying to keep David's head far away from him to create some distance, and now he's on top. Inside David's guard, though.
What I like from David is side-to-side action. A lot of times you see guys...
Wow, nice.
Sneaky
Triangle
attack, too.
yeah.
Very athletic attack, come on. And what I was saying is that David passes guard from side to side. A lot of times you see people, they get stuck on one side. Here, they get stuck, they pass only to one side. David constantly makes Adlan Bataev think about the direction David is about to take. Very good on his part. Looking for that Kimura grip.
Kimura attempt, but good posture from Adlan. And now again, yeah, he just intended to do that hip bump.
Nice.
Yeah, and combine that hip bump with triangle. And nice just Caesar sweep, classic. You know. Usually at this level of competition, Caesar sweep is something that you rarely see. But you know, David Samuel proves the opposite, that it can be used. Especially
Again, you see,
nogi.
he goes to one side, then switches it. We got 3 minutes to go. Very high-paced match. A little accidental groin strike.
Looking at the clock, David Samuel. It's interesting that here, oh yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Good pass. Trying to establish the position. He's still below the hips line, and then yeah, great job by recovery, guard recovery by Adlan.
You see, David's style of passing is very tiring because basically he doesn't let you have any time to relax. Because sometimes people are attacking from the top and you have time to relax. You have time to think, you have time to breathe. We see a little triangle action going on here. But Adlan Bataev is posturing, and considering how strong physically he is, probably it's going to be it's a tall task to finish this, but we'll see. It's getting tighter and tighter.
It's still on the ankle, but anyways, it's a great, yeah.
And he gets the tap.
Gets the tap. Great display of attacking jiu-jitsu by David Samuel.
Great job. Great job from David.
Congratulations.
And the beautiful thing about David right now, he didn't fight like an MMA fighter coming to a BJJ scene. We saw right now a
Уважаемые
BJJ
дамы и
athlete.
господа, в этой схватке одержал победу Самуэл Дэвид Сабмишн. И аплодисменты его сопернику Адлану Батаеву.
Yeah, David is a true warrior, a real finisher. If you saw his MMA fights, the guy always wants a finish. He is always hunting for a knockout, for a submission, for crazy throws. He always wants to hurt you. Now let's hear from him.
Поздравляем, Дэвид. Отличная схватка, очень зрелищная. Тебя все знают как больше бойца ММА, но ты продемонстрировал очень зрелищное и такое зрелое джиу-джитсу, за которым удовольствие наблюдать. Расскажи, пожалуйста, был план какой-то, да? Или, потому что я видел, что ты снизу работал, и сверху, там, да, и в стойке.
Всех приветствую. Насчет то, что я развиваюсь как боец, в принципе, я отвечу, что мы развиваемся. Так что работаем над всеми аспектами. Вот. За 2 дня пришел такой вызов. Я, конечно, не стал от него отказываться. Честно говоря, может, все думают, что я вышел на коротком уведомлении, но сегодня здесь борется еще один оппонент, с кем я должен был побороться, только на другом турнире. Поэтому я 1,5 месяца набарывался, 5 тренировок борьбы в неделю, но это все ладно, неважно. Честно, приехал сюда один и боялся, что будет такое чувство одиночества, но я в Краснодаре часто бываю. Здесь мой второй зал «Кузня», поэтому ребята приехали поддержать меня. Так что всем спасибо, кто присутствовал. Знаю, много людей наблюдают сейчас за мной в трансляции, так что хочу всем передать пламенный привет и всем мира, ребят. Пока мы едимы, мы непобедимы. Всем успехов!
Поздравляю тебя еще
Дэвид
раз.
Сэмюэл.
И, может быть, есть какие-то пожелания, имена, с кем хотел бы встретиться в рамках Acbjj именно по этим правилам?
Ну, знаю, сегодня борется здесь Юрик Сманян, также Сулим. Извиняюсь, не помню, как у него фамилия. Так что, в принципе, это мои потенциальные соперники. Если лиге и людям будет интересно, я готов. Мы все боремся, точнее, деремся на 7,7. Я думаю, мы найдем середину, договоримся по весу и с удовольствием еще раз проведу здесь схватку. Acbjj, честно, не ожидал такого высокого уровня, вплоть от полета до размещения и самой организации. Так что спасибо вам за возможность выступить здесь. И передам привет моему клубу «Акуле» из Москвы, Груши, также и Волву. Ну и, конечно, здесь, Краснодару, клубу «Кузня». Всем спасибо.
David Samuel, he says that I was training 5 times a week, wrestling, grappling, trying to grow in this aspect of my MMA game. And he is excited to come back again.
Я представляю следующую схватку за 3-е бронзовое место. И первым на татами добро пожаловать Никита Чисеков!
Bronze match worthy of a final. Nikita Chistekov back on the mats, fired up, ready to throw down.
Дамы и господа, встречайте его соперника, претендента на 3-е место в дивизионе Russian Battle Super Cup Lightweight. Приветствуйте, Михаил Тимохин!
Up against Mikhail Timokhin. Now, this is a very interesting matchup. Again, a worthy of a final matchup. This is going to be very, very interesting.
I will give a slight edge in striking to Nikita Chistikov. In Jiu-Jitsu, I think they're pretty even. So let's see who finds the keys against his opponent and tries to find, manages to find gaps in his game. White Lion, and some of good competitors, including Mikhail, both in MMA and Jiu-Jitsu, come out of this club. So he's doing a great job as a coach and as a businessman and administrator, I think.
A lot of respect between these two. Interesting. I think Mikhail Timokhin's body is a bit punished after the last match, so probably it's a good idea to start with Jiu-Jitsu right away. Hunting the legs. Now he gets a leg himself. A heel hook attempt.
He's still rolling, yeah. Gets out of it.
He was very close to tap.
Nikita Chistikov is very dangerous with submissions. That's how he brought himself this victory in World Super Cup in 2023. Especially knowing the level of competition in his bracket. Murad Machaev, Yusuf Sadulaev. Actually, Yusuf Sadulaev and Murad Machaev were the finalists, whereas Nikita was the bronze medalist, winning the match for the bronze. So yeah, great competitor, great grappler, and seems like a small guy, but he's very physically strong, enormously, yeah. And those submission attempts are very dangerous too. So let's see if he manages to repeat that success of 2023 and become the medalist here. Yeah,
he's got a good bite on it.
Yeah. But as we saw from previous matches, Mikhail Timokhin is very hard to
Nice, very tight guillotine. Timokhin is surviving here. Let's see if he...
Yeah, you can see his face.
His face is all red.
Red, yeah.
And Nikita Chistikov, very strong in this one. Look, will we see a tap? Are we going to see a tap right now?
Oh,
Mikhail Timokhin, amazing defense. And also a show of heart, because that was tight.
Yeah.
Gets a K-guard action.
Great display of will by Mikhail Timokhin coming back into this game, attacking already.
There we go. They forgot it's combat. Come on now. It's battle jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, for a second I thought white judges are not giving any scores for submission attempts, but it's a battle jiu-jitsu. We don't have any scores here.
No scores here. We don't see that many strikes in this fight. I think both of the fighters are a little banged up after the last battles they had. Ribs are going to hurt tomorrow for sure.
Nice leg kick exchange.
You see, this time they're a little bit more measured. Every strike can be the last one because, again, they've absorbed so many punches in their previous fights. So every single kick, every single punch can be the last one if it lands properly.
Yeah, and it's a bronze match. Bronze medal match. That's why the price is very high.
Nikita Shishtakov is very athletic, because usually when you see a guy with a frame like his, very stocky, very strong physically, they don't have that ability to create these fast motions.
Inside leg kick by Chistikov.
Right, amazing leg kick.
He switches to lefty, now orthodox. Yeah, Mikhail is trying to threaten, always do some feints with his leg, with his kicks.
Now, when he lands on the elbow, that hurts a lot as well. Ooh, those are heavy strikes.
Good punches.
When someone kicks you and you block it with your forearms,
again, K-guard attempt.
That's always, that is really painful. So even if you land to forearms, just keep throwing it.
Mikhail's cornerman is calling him to establish some triangle attempt from the bottom. Actually, Mikhail displayed some great triangle setups from K-guard in the previous matchups.
Right.
So he looked really, you know, impressive. So in the first match, defeating Artem Belak, local fighter, and then losing to Inal Itleshev. Nice ground and pound by Nikita.
Oh, nice up kick.
You know, having watched Nikita's fights, you know, he's very creative. His striking attacks very unorthodox, but they don't land pretty, you know, frequently. But still, he's trying to be creative. So here, you can see the same thing.
With the spinning wheel kick in particular, you gotta land it once. Sometimes one is enough. If one time he lands it on the body, especially Mikhail Timokhin, who has already absorbed so many punches, one spinning wheel kick to the body.
Spinning back kick, you mean?
Yeah, yeah, spinning back kick. It can end the whole fight.
That's for sure. Actually, even a well-measured calf kick can end the fight too.
Exactly. Leg locks in general. Leg locks are fight-ending techniques, and it can end the fight for both of the guys. Actually, even as a person who throws the technique, you can hurt your leg as well if your opponent checks it correctly. Here we see a nice trip. That was beautiful.
That's the beautiness of Sambo and Judo. So, and Mikhail Timokhin is an expert in it. So,
that was a beautiful sweep.
Beautiful foot sweep. Yeah, inside foot sweep. That's, you know, that's the technique. You can't do it without having great technique. And that's probably one of the ways how Mikhail can take Nikita down. So I personally don't see any perspective of shooting into the legs, but these things like Sambo and Judo throws can be very resulting.
Nice takedown.
And then he proved me wrong again. Headbutts to the solar plexus.
Mikhail Timokhin seems to really want this victory.
I think that Nikita's mistake was that he took his time waiting for the final bell, because he thought that he's winning the match, and now this final stage of the fight, I would give the edge to Timokhin here. That's for sure. So, and that's usually the part of the match that judges pay attention to most.
And look at Timokhin, super happy, smiling.
But the decision,
Nikita also raises his hands. We'll see, that's a close one. That's a close one, actually. Is that final fury enough for Timokhin?
Уважаемые дамы и господа, в этой схватке единогласным решением судей одержал победу и получает почетное бронзовое место Никита Чистяков. И аплодисменты его сопернику
Amazing fight, amazing willpower. Nikita Chistякov also was a treat to watch. Nikita Chistяков got the W. Let's hear from him.
Ты в 2023 году уже третьим стал, тоже в Кубке мира, но по бразильскому джиу-джитсу, да, не по боевому джиу-джитсу. Повторил успех этот сейчас. Было ли давление какое-то психологическое на тебе? Ну, засветился в тот раз, круто выступил, в сумасшедшей конкуренции, да, там и Юсуп Садулаев был, и Мурат Мачаев. В общем, было ли какое-то психологическое давление, и если было, как удалось с ним справиться?
Всем привет, Краснодар, привет. Да, я уже стал третьим на Суперкубке мира тогда. Хотел, конечно, улучшить результат, минимум вторым стать, но, видимо, третье место пока мое. Будем работать дальше, чтобы побеждать. Вот, еще бы, конечно, хотел не один раз выступить в Acbjj, поэтому спасибо организации.
Попробовав вот эти правила, повыступав, есть у тебя какие-то новые выводы? Может, ты как-то поменяешь рисунок боя, тактику на следующий турнир?
Ну, да, посмотрю бои. Вот, я думаю, ошибки были определенные. Чуть-чуть я недовесок, конечно, во всей этой истории. Вот, я, в принципе, встал на весы там 72 килограмма. Все ребята гоняли, ну, как я видел, практически все. Поэтому так в целом, что, неплохо получается.
Ну, значит, вдвойне ценно. Вот. А есть ли какие-то имена, может быть, с кем хотел бы встретиться там в суперфайтах?
Вообще, хотел организации, да, предложить. С одним парнем я уже боролся, ну, на Лиге Вольник. Вот. Имя ему Касум Касумов. Вот. Если Лиге интересно, мы бы могли вот такой баттл устроить.
Никит, поздравляем тебя еще раз с трудовой победой, заслуженной.
Спасибо.
Краснодар, ваши аплодисменты бронзовому призеру дивизиона Russian Battle Super Cup Никита Чистяков.
Миша, хочешь тоже кое-что сказать? Вот, он тоже отлично выступил, отличный боец, очень техничный. Только вот этот футсвип, подсечка, что стоит, это видно школа самбо здесь, да? И Мишу наблюдал и в боях по ММА. Большой молодец, очень техничный борец. Ну...
Друзья, всех приветствую, Краснодар. В первую очередь хочу сказать большое спасибо своим близким друзьям, которые здесь сегодня на арене. Ярослав Артемьев приехал сегодня из Нижнего Новгорода меня поддержать. Брат, от души тебя. Влад Сафонов, Тимоха Смыслов, братья, обнимаю тоже. Ну и также хочу сказать большое спасибо своей семье, которая меня постоянно мотивирует, поддерживает. Это своей жене, своей дочке. Еся, Катя, я вас люблю. Вот. А теперь хочу еще также выразить огромную благодарность организации Acbjj. Все максимально на высшем уровне. Ездил уже на разные ивенты. И есть с чем сравнить. Действительно, это очень достойно, от души. Буду рад еще участвовать. И, соответственно, хочу, подведя сегодняшний итог, сегодняшних схваток, сказать то, что новый формат очень удобный, интересный. И я готов дальше продолжать выступать, двигаться в этой лиге, если это будет лига интересна, конечно. Вот. И также хотел бы сделать небольшой вызов. Инал Тлешев, он где-то там готовится, сейчас финальный у него матч будет. Скажу так, никаких оправданий, действительно по правилам сегодня я уступил, но парень вышел хромая, до этого дисквалифицировали его соперника, так сказать, в первом круге. И я не мог просто действительно полноценно выложиться, бить ногами ему по травме. Для меня вот есть золото, есть деньги, да, это все круто, но для меня есть вещи, которые чуть-чуть выше, не чуть, а на порядок выше. Это достоинство мужское, да. Спасибо всем. Поэтому сегодня мы так провели с ним схватку. Я действительно очень рад здесь был разделить с каждым соперником ковер. Всем спасибо, ребята! Ос!
Поздравляем тебя, Миш.
All right, Mikhail Timokhin is making a call out. He wants a rematch
Выступление было реально крутое.
Tleshev.
Это достойно и медали, но это спорт, и здесь какие-то сантиметры бывают, решают результат.
He wants a rematch with Tleshev. He said, I couldn't fight full power because there are things that are more important than medals and prize money, and it's pride and it's being a real man.
Дамы и господа, мы переходим к следующей супер схватке нашего турнира. Acbjj Ноги Супер Файт. И первым на татами добро пожаловать Юрик Смоян.
Welcome, Yuri Smayan, to the mat. This man loves to attack. Had an arm choke, arm triangles are very tight from this man. Very strong physically. I saw an insane suplex from him. And in general, this man has amazing takedowns. So watch out.
Дамы и господа, встречайте его соперника Бабули Салоев!
And his opponent, this man has amazing takedowns. He is a Hulk. Once actually, he showed up to a weigh-in ceremony looking like a Hulk, like fully covered in pain, green pain. And look at this man. That really is a Hulk of a man. Professional MMA fighter, occasionally hops into wrestling tournaments and just casually wins them.
Спортсмены, напоминаю, запрещенные действия, захваты за пальцы, за одежду, запрещенные слэмы без выполнения.
Abdul Bari Hussainov giving final instructions
Слушаемые команды, боремся
to the
активно.
fighters.
Пожали руки.
Guys, maybe you've seen on YouTube a video of two wrestlers getting into a crazy brawl because some of the color ties were maybe a little bit too aggressive in a crazy brawl. That was Babuli Taloyev. So this man, he can swing, man. He can swing. Let's see what we get from him today. Both of the athletes have amazing takedowns, but I think Taloyev has an edge in the stand-up game.
Dragging him, Yurik to the ground right away.
Looking at Taloyev, you would think that he is strong, but you would never expect how fast he is because he is very fast.
Well, obviously, Babuli Taloyev has the edge in freestyle wrestling. Yurik has always decent freestyle wrestling skills, but I think submission game is something that can be an advantage for Yurik. So I think that his plan is to threaten with submissions to be dangerous off his back, maybe.
I agree, yeah, because every MMA fight I've seen from Babulit Toloyev is when he takes a person down and then he just ground and pounds. We rarely see any submission attempts from him. Look at this wrestling. Wrestling is incredible.
And it's super fight rules, where you're only given points for submission attempts. So that's why, you know.
I'm pretty sure he's got a couple of tricks up his sleeve. We'll see. Man, he's stand-up. Even in the way he's standing, you can tell. There are levels to the stand-up game, you know? Just by his stance, you can tell this guy is a world-class wrestler.
Sergey Torosyan is giving his instructions to his student, Yurik Smoyan. Sergey is a highly respected MMA.
Oh my goodness. That's exactly what I expected from this man.
MMA specialist.
And you see a little smirk on Toloyev's face from the start until now, because I think the guy is so confident. Like I said, he casually goes to some wrestling tournaments in Dagestan, guys, and wins them. His freestyle wrestling is just through the roof. It's incredible. And the interesting thing with Toloyev is whenever he fights, for some reason, it gets a lot of views. And he was speaking about it on the podcast, and he doesn't really know the reason. Even if the fight wasn't exactly very exciting, he says, for some reason, like a lot of people fight, they get, let's say, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 views. When he fights, even if it's a boring fight, he gets like 300,000, 400. He has that star power. I don't know, people just love watching him compete. Trying to take the back. It's probably a very good idea of Yurik Smoyan if he attacks legs, because we know that wrestlers.
He just tried to roll for a knee bar here, but it wasn't too tight, very tight with it. So that was a lost attempt.
And Toloyev's leg is basically as big as an average person's torso. So you gotta be really precise with your technique if you want to do a knee bar to this guy. Look at him, look at him. He's creating angles, getting behind the elbow. Look at this.
Yeah, always creating pressure and, you know, making Yurik Smoyan guess.
He gives so much data to process in his stand-up. He gives you so much data that you have to process. Very tricky. That's what a lot of MMA coaches, wrestling coaches, BJJ coaches, they say you gotta do a lot of feints. Even if it's a little feint, but it's data that the brain of your opponent somehow has to process. And it takes energy. It takes cognitive energy, and it wears you out. And at some point, you might overwhelm your opponent.
I think Yurik is now facing the challenge of like it's very hard to pull guard for him now because he has to break his posture
beautiful
first.
knee tap.
Yeah.
Throw by and a knee tap, man.
Because breaking the posture of Babulit Toloyev is not an easy matter. So that's why you can't just pull guard.
Right. Look how fast Toloyev is. I heard Eddie Bravo saying on Joe Rogan's podcast, if you want to see a very dangerous man in BJJ world, it's going to be a wrestler who absolutely falls in love with BJJ. Maybe we see exactly that with Babulit Toloyev.
You think so?
Maybe. We'll see. If he keeps working on his BJJ techniques on submissions, if he doesn't get too fixated on his just stand-up game, you know, just takedowns, if he works a lot on his submissions, because man, it takes so much work, so much focus, so much work on your technique to be this amazing of a wrestler. If you put same energy, same focus, same time and dedication to learn submissions, he's going to be a very, very, very dangerous man. Which he, to be honest, already is. He is looking for Anaconda, it seems like. I see his corner man telling him to shoot for Anaconda. Yurik Smayan, at least at this point, can't get anything going for now.
Yurik Smayan maintaining his composure. This warrior has come through a lot of wars in the cage, so he can surprise you even at the last second of the fight, for sure. So now trying a double leg takedown here. Babuli again, head and arm control.
Look how strong this man is. Picks him up, throws him at will. Now looking for a Dars. It seems like his arms are a little bit too big for Darses in the contest. Look at him smiling, feeling relaxed. And the other thing with people like Babuli Tsoloev, these guys don't get tired. He can do this for hours. Look at him. Do you see any signs of slowing down? Again, gets to a headlock. There you go. Will he flip him over? Of course he will.
Nice display of wrestling by Babuli.
Yurik Smayan having a blast. Enjoying his time on the mats.
Such a wide arsenal shown by Babuli Tsoloev, as if it was just a pure wrestling matchup.
Do not count Yurik Smayan out. This man can find a submission from anywhere. It's so beautiful. What a double leg. Babuli Tsoloev is showing. Basically, what we have right now is freestyle wrestling masterclass on the mats. There's something, guys, you can study. Will we see one more throw? A choke! Nope. Unbelievable performance from Babuli Tsoloev. This man, this was a true freestyle wrestling masterclass. Something to be studied, guys, in the gym. I will. Now imagine if this man dedicates his time to learn submissions. Having this physique, having this speed, having this durability, having this dexterity, it's crazy. And I think we all know.
Дамы и господа, в этой схватке единогласным решением судей победу одержал Babuli Tsoloev. И аплодисменты его сопернику Юрику Смаяну за поединок.
Dominant in this fight, absolute dominance. This man is something special. Keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on him. The takedowns he showed, the speed he showed, with the amount of headlocks he gets, if he dedicates his time, again, to learn dorses and anacondas, man, oh man, he's a problem.
Бабули, поздравляем тебя с поистине доминирующей победой в этой схватке. Немного мы увидели именно джиу-джитсу здесь, да? Такой план был?
Ассаламу алейкум. Приветствую всех, Краснодар. Считаю, что Краснодар мне как родной город, я тут почти вырос. А так, мы борцы. Я думал, сейчас начну. Что-то время прошло, как боролся, думал, начну. И соперник тоже крепкий. Обычно чувствуем вместе борьбу, из-за этого так получилось. А так от души. А так всем от души спасибо всем, кто пришел поболеть. Мне нравится тут бороться первый раз. Я думаю, вот если считать баллы, я выскочу с любым грэпплером. Черный пояс любой по баллам. Я готов. А так...
А если в таких именно, в этом своде правил работать, вернешься ли ты сюда, сделаешь ли это с удовольствием, и может есть те, кто с кем хотел бы встретиться?
Да, конечно, тут этот турнир делают мои братья. Они меня не спрашивают, говорят, будешь бороться и все.
Рады были смотреть это зрелище в твоем исполнении. Поздравляем.
So Lawrence says, I will fight.
Спасибо всем.
I'll fight any black belt you throw at me if you guys involve points. I'll beat anyone by points.
Отличное выступление, да, к сожалению, не удалось свой геймплан навязать, но я знаю, что ты очень опытный ветеран ММА, опасный грэпплер, принял эту схватку с удовольствием, сразу даже не думая. Расскажи, пожалуйста, о впечатлениях от мероприятия и насколько тебе понравилось соревноваться по этим правилам.
Всех вас приветствую, Краснодар. Я уже здесь как 3 года живу. Краснодар мне уже как родной. Так, турнир на высшем уровне мне очень сильно понравилось. Я бы хотел еще не раз выступить здесь, но просто хоть чуть времени дайте на подготовку. Я за день согласился на турнир, прям можно сказать, с балла на корабль, грубо говоря, не наоборот. Я прилетел из Таиланда, сразу же даже акклиматизацию не прошел. Но это все отговорки. Спасибо бабуле, он очень сильный парень, мне понравилось. Да, чуть, наверное, другие были бы правила, может быть, всем иначе было бы все. Всем спасибо. Я надеюсь, что такие турниры часто будут проходить, и для подрастающего поколения будет стимул, чтобы тренироваться, оказаться именно здесь. Всем хорошего вечера.
Краснодар аплодисменты спортсменам за красивую схватку. Юрий Смоян и Бабулей Салоев. Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы переходим к первой финальной схватке турнира Acbjj 17 в городе Краснодар. Дивизион Russian Battle Super Cup Lightweight. И первым на татами добро пожаловать Жора Айвазян.
Final match for the Battle Jiu-Jitsu Russian Cup title between Zhora Ayvazyan and Inal Etbjj. Two warriors coming through that, crazy bracket, winning great fighters, on their way. Nikita Chistikov, yeah, that was the one who fought Jora Ayvazyan in the semis. And then he became the bronze medalist. Inal Acbjj, who was injured in the first bout and then came back with a victory over Mikhail Timokin. Very confident victory and, you know, spectacular to watch. And now Acbjj is going slowly towards his corner. You know, obviously he's struggling.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, в связи с полученными травмами одного из спортсменов этого финального поединка, я попрошу наших уважаемых спортсменов выйти в центр татами, будет объявлено решение. Итак, дамы и господа, Инал Acbjj снимается с финального поединка ввиду полученных травм. Я попрошу ваших аплодисментов спортсмену и скорейшего выздоровления. Таким образом, победа в этом поединке присуждается Жоре Айвазяну. Ваши аплодисменты и почетное первое место в дивизионе Russian Battle Super Cup Lightweight.
Inal Acbjj could not continue due to his injuries. When you have a spine problem and you're about to find Jora Ayvazyan, no. You better be 100%. You better be 100% when you fight Jora Ayvazyan. Today, I don't think Jora Ayvazyan is satisfied with this result. I think he would also like a fight as a true warrior.
Это, наверное, к сожалению, не состоялась финальная схватка. Я думаю, вы оба расстроены. Инал, просто потрясающий такой камбэк во второй схватке, победа. Насколько сложно было бороться с собой, выходить на полуфинал, и насколько сильная была травма? Расскажи, пожалуйста, потому что со стороны, когда смотришь, не можешь почувствовать то, что чувствуешь ты сейчас в данный момент. Вот прокомментируй, пожалуйста, эту ситуацию.
Ассаламу алейкум, всех приветствует Краснодар. В первую очередь, если честно, вот хочу сказать по предыдущим схваткам. С первым соперником чуть неприятный такой момент получился, несколько ударов. Но мы с ним по рукам дали, вопрос закрыли, проблем нету, все бывает. По второму сопернику, честно, сейчас я слышал его слова, то, что он говорил, типа, у меня травма, у него какие-то моменты свои, то, что он не мог бить. Честно, я так на это смотрю. Если я вышел, дерись, борись, неважно, что у соперника, какая травма. Если раз я вышел, значит, я иду за победой. Я не хочу, чтобы меня жалели ни в коем случае, поэтому я на финал не смог выйти, как есть. Я не хотел, чтобы, допустим, Жора там меня жалел. А так, если он меня пожалел, спасибо, бабки у меня в кармане. Жора может тоже меня пожалеть, так что, может, и так можно было сделать. Я не знаю, мне неприятно было то, что он обесценил мою победу. Поэтому так, я выложился, я 2 бейсбола сделал, я вышел как смог, подрался, у меня ногу отнимало, если честно. И сейчас также у меня, я не могу показать все, на что я способен. Поэтому я не хочу свое выступление такое показывать, где я не могу свою 100% максимум выложиться, показать. Поэтому я считаю, сейчас я снимаюсь, но если можно, я обращусь к организаторам. Неважно, это будет супер схватка или такой же гран-при, я с удовольствием выступлю против кого угодно. А так, Жору поздравляю, он хороший парень, хороший спортсмен, к нему только уважение.
Поздравляем тебя с выходом в финал. К сожалению, мы не смогли посмотреть ваше противостояние. Это была бы очень, я думаю, зрелищная схватка, которую многие ждали.
Если это
Мне не принципиально, если организация интересна, конечно, против Жоры даже можем где-то турнир, если будет. Если Жора согласится, я как бы согласен тоже организовать, как супер схватку, вот сейчас сделать. Можно и в Гран-при, как я и сказал. А так хочу пару слов сказать своей команде, майкопским пацанам, всем, кто за меня болел, переживал. Спасибо всем огромное, мне очень приятно.
Поздравляем тебя.
Shout out to his team, and also he said that he would like a super fight with Yuri
Я
Smoyan.
не обесценивал победы, просто сказал свое мнение. Я же сказал то, что это спорт, и по факту, по правилам действительно я проиграл, я ничего не говорю, поэтому никаких обесцениваний. Я бы хотел с тобой провести схватку в полноценном режиме, тогда было бы все четко. Только уважение, только спорт. Чисто спортивный интерес.
Mahil Timoshin
Я же говорю, я готов.
inviting for a fight at Leshov.
100% готов, мне без разницы с кем. И с тобой, и с другими, вообще абсолютно без разницы. А так просто слова, что-то неприятно было слышать. Поэтому ты не пойми меня неправильно, но я считаю, это неправильно после схватки. Я же вышел, надо было показывать свой максимум тоже, я считаю.
Спасибо, я понял, но я еще раз скажу, победители не судят, ты сегодня победил, я тебя поздравляю. Вот, в любом случае, еще раз говорю, не хотел ничего приятного сделать, но также я могу сказать, и мне неприятные моменты были. Почему ты с ним сейчас не вышел, а сейчас говоришь то, что со мной на бейсболе был? Та же самая история. Я ничего личного не хочу сказать. Еще раз поздравляю.
Не вышел, потому что травма усугубилась. Вот и все, проблем нету. Если ты сомневаешься в моем, я не знаю, мужском или что, я не знаю, что ты хочешь сказать.
Ребята показали отличное выступление сегодня на нашем турнире, и оба из них заслуживают максимального уважения. Атлеты высокого уровня, с характером, с техникой. Именно такие выступают в Acbjj. Давайте обоих парней поздравим с хорошим выступлением. Да, я думаю, что вы остались довольны. Ну что, настал час победителя. Вот, Жора, поздравляем тебя с победой в этом гран-при. Расскажи, пожалуйста, ты выступаешь много по ММА, у тебя 16 боев, да, в смешанных единоборствах. Насколько сложно было здесь выходить? Прежде всего, морально легче ли, чем в ММА? Да?
Приветствую всех, Краснодар, Барабзайс. Для меня был это интересный опыт, да, так скажем, по этим гибридным правилам выступить, поэтому спасибо также организаторам турнира, спасибо за данную возможность. Ну, не знаю, насколько сложно, не могу оценить, но тоже как соревновательная практика была для меня не лишней, вот, поэтому согласился, вышел и продемонстрировал свои навыки.
Если будешь участвовать уже в мировом суперкубке, будешь ли что-то менять, может быть? Понятно, что победил, все эффективно, все работает, но правила молодые, только развивающиеся, и я думаю, что есть почва для дальнейшего развития, и, может быть, что-то еще хочешь привнести или что-то изменить?
Ну, я в первую очередь боец ММА, поэтому я адаптирован под этот вид спорта. Ну, конечно, да, это молодой вид спорта, бойцовское джиу-джитсу. Ну, я бы ничего, наверное, не привносил, пока все работает, пусть работает, да, как говорится.
Ну и традиционно, может, есть какие-то, с кем-то конкретным хотел бы провести схватку здесь, в Acbjj?
Ну, надо посмотреть, с кем будет интересно, пусть Лига даст обратную связь. Я всегда на связи. Можем с Эналом побороться также, если у него будет желание. Поэтому я всегда на связи. Можно передать всем привет? огромное спасибо всем моим друзьям, вон они там сидят. Джубга, Дифановка, Титаровка, все, кто приехали в Сочи. Всем огромное спасибо, друзья, что приехали поболеть. И что хочу сказать. Всем приятного вечера. От души всех обнял.
Поздравляю тебя еще раз.
Joe Ivazan says he is down to fight. And now again.
Russian Battle Super Cup в рамках турнира Acbjj 17 здесь, в городе Краснодар. И, конечно же, аплодисменты, еще раз повторюсь, скорейшего выздоровления его сопернику Эналу Этлишеву. Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы переходим к следующему финальному поединку нашего турнира. Дивизион Russian No-Gi Super Cup Heavyweight. И первым на татами добро пожаловать Тамерлан Еслемесов.
Now that is a dream matchup. I can't lie. I was kind of hoping that this matchup was going to happen. Tamerlan Yeslемесов versus Eldar Saidov. This is absolutely incredible. Will Tamerlan Yeslемесов be able to defend the leg locks of Eldar Saidov?
Дамы и господа, встречайте его соперник Эльдар Саидов.
And how will Eldar Saidov deal with an unbelievable pressure from the top from Tamerlan Yeslемесов? This is as good as it gets, guys. This fight is as good as it gets. A true dream matchup. A lot of people are really excited to watch this fight. Both of the fighters are calm, stoic, confident, and more than ready to throw down.
Этот финальный поединок также не может состояться. Я попрошу аплодисментов спортсменов. К сожалению, Тамерлан Еслемесов получил травму в предыдущих схватках и снимается с финального поединка.
Unfortunately, Tamerlan Yeslемесов cannot continue due to the injury.
Итак, таким образом, ввиду снятия спортсмена с этого поединка,
Unfortunately, very unfortunate.
Эльдару Саидову.
Eldar Saidov is unhappy with the result.
И, конечно же, скорейшего выздоровления.
These men, maybe they will meet in the future. Maybe there will be a super fight between these two because, man, this fight is a true fight. It is a really, really dream fight, but yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to see it today. Let's hear them.
Вчера на пресс-конференции ты говорил, что был рожден для этих правил. Но насколько твои впечатления совпадают вот с этой мыслью?
Всех приветствую. Спасибо, что пришли поболеть, поддержать, вне зависимости кого бы то ни было. Хочу сказать в первую очередь хвала Аллаху за все милости и поблагодарить организацию Acbjj в лице Заурбека Хасиева и всех причастных, всего персонала. Насчет правил, так как я и говорил, так и получилось. Мне было максимально комфортно. Я был сосредоточен на сабмишенах, и меня ничего не отвлекало в общем.
Спасибо тебе за зрелище, за схватки, и, наверное, за такими схватками как раз зрители и смотрят джиу-джитсу и приходят сюда, да? Когда охотятся за финишем, за зрелищем, и, ну, было, в общем, удовольствие смотреть. Поздравляем. Тамерлан, скажи, пожалуйста, что случилось, что за травма была, почему не смог провести финальную схватку?
Всех приветствую, Краснодар. Спасибо, что пришли. Спасибо, что пришли посмотреть этот турнир. Большая честь участвовать в этом турнире. Вот, очень крутое событие. Спасибо Заурбеку Хасееву, всем организаторам, Исламу, Мансуру, который меня позвал на этот турнир. Большая честь, повторюсь. Принять участие в большом мероприятии. Спасибо всем зрителям, которые создали атмосферу этого турнира. Я, в свою очередь, много тренировался, чтобы здесь быть. Проделал большой путь, поучаствовал в 2 схватках, навязал свою борьбу, в принципе, доволен, но, к сожалению, уже на этот турнир я выходил с травмой. Вот. Та была история, когда Мансур предложил, я согласился, и я Мансуру уже написал потом через несколько дней, что я снимаюсь. Зашел в Инстаграм, а мою схватку уже анонсировали. И я говорю, ну раз анонсировали, значит судьба, будем бороться. Вот. И во второй схватке чуть рецидив произошел и обострилось. Вот. В любом случае поздравляю моего брата Эльдара с золотом, он реально чемпион. Вот. Все понимали, что он фаворит этой сетки, и он забрал золото. Отличное выступление. И я надеюсь, мои схватки тоже не оставили равнодушными зрителей. Да. Хотел бы поблагодарить, пару слов сказать моим клубам, Acbjj, Combat Gym, всем причастным к деятельности этих клубов. Вот, без команды мы никто, это такой командный вид спорта, хоть выступаем одни, но спарринг-партнеры, тренеры и весь персонал, всем большая благодарность. А также благодарю моего старшего брата Тимура Абдулаева, который делает все, чтобы я выступал на высоком уровне. Вот, будем двигаться дальше.
Спасибо тебе, Тамерлан, за зрелищные схватки и поздравляем тебя.
Very respectful. С победой, аплодисменты Краснодар для вас, ну и, конечно же, еще раз Тамерлану, если нет.
Tamerlan says that he already had an injury when he stepped on the first match. What happened is he said he has accepted the invitation, then got injured, texted organizers to cancel his fight, but when he saw that his fight is already announced, he said, okay, then I'll fight. Don't cancel the fight publicly. Now, if you guys don't know who this guy is, this man brings a lot of eyeballs to his fight. Sulim Sultanov, very, very fast striker, very dynamic, amazing kicking, amazing punches. He's got a viral video where before his MMA fight, a Dagestani fighter offered him to wrestle. And the guy said, no, first 2 rounds only striking. And when a Dagestani says that, is it because you're not confident in your stand-up? He said, okay, I cancel that. Let's wrestle right away. I'm more than confident in my strike, in my wrestling, in my grappling, in everything. So we'll see what he brings to the table today. You see, even right now, he's shadow boxing. He is not working on his single legs, double legs. He is working on his shadow boxing. And he's been in a lot of street fights, on a TV show in Russia here. We see his corner instructing him that don't just fixate only on punches, don't forget to throw knees to the body. And I know it doesn't seem that way when you look at him on the mats, but the guy is huge. Salim is a very, very big guy. So if he lands a kick, that is a problem. Very confident young man. Very confident. Never shies away from a battle. His opponent, Ruslan Tadeev, seasoned MMA fighter, also fought bare knuckle. So this man he's not afraid to get into it, you know?
He's ready to go anytime. Any rules.
And he's such a nice guy. He is such a nice guy. He's like the most, he's so kind, he's so soft-spoken, but then when he gets into a cage, bad news for the opponent. Very strong kick. You can already see how fast Salim is. Very fast, very loose. I'm pretty sure we'll see some spinning attacks.
And groin strike here.
Now, guys, one thing I can tell you, Ruslan Tadeev is not lying. This man.
I think that the key to the victory for Ruslan Tadeev is to weather the early storm, maybe trying to retain, maintain his composure and probably use his experience to his benefit. However, Sulim is a very hard, hard one to take
look
out.
how fast that is. Sulim is so dynamic. And Sulim in MMA, man, the guy showed that he has a heart. Look at the combination. He's got a heart. He's very durable. Look at the leg check.
I think Ruslan feels the impact of those leg kicks already.
Look at those punches. And Salim fights angry. You know, he wants to hurt you at all times.
Ah, nice.
And it seems like this is it. Seems like. What's going on?
That's just what I said, that every... Oh.
Okay.
They continue.
Well,
So
Ruslan Tadeev's legs, basically tree trunks. And we see Sulim he can't step on his left leg. It seems to be really hurt. And that is probably it.
Now Zagid Bagodinov stops this matchup. That's clearly...
Seems like the fight is over. Sulim wants to continue, but then this probably counts like a screen tap.
That's clearly a TKO, yeah.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, эта схватка остановлена. Техническим нокаутом одержал победу.
Yeah, it is a TKO. Ruslan Tadeev gets the W. Ruslan Tadeev has tree trunks, not legs, man. That guy chopped a crazy leg kick to Sulim's shin. Salim is angry, left the mat. Let's hear from Ruslan.
В этом суперфайте. Расскажи, пожалуйста, были вот эти калф-кики, был ли это план или это как-то возникло по ходу боя?
Всех приветствую, Краснодар. Сначала отдельно поблагодарю и подчеркну крутейшую работу Acbjj. Второй раз участвую на турнире и второй раз в восторге. Отличный проект, отличная работа, тем более знаю, что времени после Дохи было совсем чуть-чуть, чтобы сорганизовать вот это мероприятие. Спасибо. Касаемо самого поединка, нет, никакого такого плана не было. Сулим сказал на пресс-конференции, что всех удивит, и видеообращение. Хотелось, наверное, насладиться поединком, насладиться вот этими правилами, которые были задуманы, которые очень сильно привлекают меня как бойца смешанного стиля. Самому Сулиму громадное спасибо за, наверное, достойное мужское поведение, потому что все равно мне там говорили, он там такой шумный, не шумный. Я говорю, все равно же, как сказать, наверное, от среды чуть зависит, поэтому отдельно ему спасибо.
Смотри, брат, я говорю, удивлю, если это и по спорту, если на характер это перейдет, я этот весь мир удивлю, понимаешь? Так что не сомневайся в моем удивлении. Так что я тебе еще раз говорю. Аллаху Акбар, держи. Давай, душа.
Смотри, Сулим, в твоем характере никто не сомневается. Здесь не было и слова, что у кого-то проблемы с характером. Такого нет. Есть правила. Я спортсмен, ты спортсмен. Это судьи. Их работа. Все. На взаимном уважении, без лишнего трэш-тока. Тебе всех благ.
Парни, отличный поединок. Показали именно всю красоту этого свода правил. Батл джиу-джитсу. Ударная техника во всей красе и с обеих сторон. Поэтому отличное, классное противостояние двух бойцов, двух мужиков. Поздравляем тебя, Руслан, еще раз.
Хотел бы отдельно спасибо и благодарность моему тренеру, Надыру, моей команде, Малику, особенно Тимуру Абдулаеву. Человек с большим сердцем и реально старший брат. Всем спасибо. Всем хотелось бы передать, как сказать, позовите меня еще раз. Мы же ничего не успели сделать по факту. Мы оба прицеливались, присматривались. Поэтому хотелось бы все-таки больше получить удовольствия от поединка. Да, чуть стойку показали, но, как ты видел, хоть и говоришь всю красоту, не всю красоту, мы можем больше. Я уверен, и Сулим может, я тем более. Поэтому, если себе будет интересно, если будет продолжение этой линейки, а я надеюсь на это очень, то я в деле. Всем салам алейкум, всех благ. Краснодар.
Краснодар, аплодисменты победителю Руслан Тедеев.
Ruslan Tadеев, very nice about it. Ruslan Tadеев leaving the match with kind words, support to Salim. And he wants to come back again. And he says, I have much more to show.
Представляют заключительный финальный поединок в дивизионе Russian Gate Super Cup Lightweight. И первым на татами добро пожаловать Джимми Размадзе!
Now, another dream matchup. Razmadze versus Islam Amilov. And this match is not going to be canceled, I think, because I think everyone is healthy, everyone is fired up, everyone is ready. Razmadze is sure ready. He looks ready. And Islam Amilov didn't take any damage. Islam Amilov showed an absolute dominance every second of every fight. Let's see what he has against Razmadze.
Приветствуйте второго финалиста этой схватки. Ислам Мамилов!
Will Islam Mamilov find a submission also in this fight? So far, Islam Mamilov is going on a win streak with all submissions.
Обладатель черного пояса, многократный победитель призовых соревнований Acbjj.
A true master, calm, composed. Now that is a battle of two beautiful technicians. That is a very exciting match. Both fighters are ready.
Hopefully we'll see a lot of action. Yeah.
No doubt with these guys, no doubt. This is as high as it gets. This level is amazing.
Anyways, when two experienced guys of this level meet each other on the mats, yeah, they can neutralize each other, and you know, the spectacular component may disappear.
Islam Mamilov pulling guard.
Islam trying to get a sweep from closed guard. Trying to break Jimmy's posture here.
Islam Mamilov readjusts his close guard.
Jimmy Razmadze is trying to get his knee in between Islam's leg to create some, to open the guard. Now jumping for a leg lock.
Interesting.
Ashigarami position. Trying to control his posture, holding his sleeve.
This is how confident Razmadze is in his game, because if you get into a leg lock exchange with Islam Mamilov, you are risking losing a knee. Amazing guard passing, amazing guard retention. Look at this. Razmadze trying to invert. Gets the reverse De La Riva. You see Islam immediately addresses the De La Riva, right? He doesn't let him fully get the De La Riva. Now Razmadze's guard is no joke to pass. Gets the foot, tries to attack it. Islam is so composed. Islam frees the knee line, so he's out of danger for now. And attacking crab right, attacking the back. Razmadze gets the leg again. If Razmadze wins by a leg lock, that will be a very shocking victory.
Would judges consider it a point? That's the question. Oh no, he doesn't have a bite now.
Knee line is almost free. Razmadze readjusts again. He's consistent with it. A lot of people, they relinquish that idea. You know, if you free the knee line, they kind of lose hope that their attack will be successful. Razmadze, with his experience, he knows, no, I can just readjust, move my hips a little bit. I can still get it. You see Islam not letting Razmadze get the second hook with his leg. Razmadze is so strong.
Yeah.
I think the strength, just the sheer physical strength of Razmadze is underestimated. He's very strong physically. He's in on the leg. It's shallow. Islam is just calmly finding his way out of danger. So far, Razmadze he's the one who's initiating leg exchanges, leg lock exchanges, and he's actually the one who's dominating these exchanges. So we'll see. It's interesting. Now, Islam. Thought he was pretty close to pass his guard.
Both of the guys are very, great with their technique. But I think that Razmadze is trying to, implement the right game plan here, which suits that rule set here, because he's threatening with submissions, finds the openings. Yeah, they're both great at their techniques, great technicians. And Islam Mamilov obviously has.
And Islam Mamilov passes the guy right into side control. Islam Mamilov shows, shh, no screaming. Don't get too excited. It's only the beginning. Again, we get no points for the position.
Cross-face position, and
with
he
the lapel
also takes
too.
the lapel.
Right. Razmadze is doing his best to frame.
That would be considered an advantage already.
Working for the back take. Now Razmadze recovers the guard, almost. Now Mamilov is on him. Look at this back take attempt. That was beautiful. But look how strong he is. Just drags Razmadze closer to him. We got 2.5 minutes to go.
Vladimir Bloom is cornering his coach here. Also having shown great performance today. Unfortunately didn't take any medals, but you know, that's a great start for him in this league.
Now that's a tricky fight to score. If no one submits anyone, that's a tricky fight to score. Because Razmadze was initiating leg exchanges, right? He was going for the footlock, never got actually close, but got in about 3 to 4 attacks. Mamilov, on the other hand, had a dominant position.
I would say that submissions are probably the first thing judges will pay attention to, so, and keep their main focus on. So probably, you know.
So you think Razmadze is ahead right now?
Yeah, I think that Razmadze is ahead.
And again, if he gets in one more solid attack, I think that solidifies a victory for him.
Again, going for a leg here.
Interesting, a lot of pressure on the knee there. That's going to be very hard to score.
1 minute to go in this matchup.
But again, with these submission masters, do not blink.
Again, transition.
Locks it up, look.
For a knee bar.
Going for the knee bar. Now, that was very big in judges' eyes. Very, very big.
Vladimir Bloom is screaming to his coach. You can do it. You can attack the opposite leg,
Razmadze
just
wants
like
to
you
reach
showed.
for the far leg. "18 seconds to go, and it seems like Razmadze has done enough. If Mamilov doesn't pull off Hail Mary, time is up. We'll see who gets it. That's, man. Whatever decision is, there will be some unhappy people under this roof. Razmadze gets the victory.
Дамы и господа, в этой схватке единогласным решением судей одержал победу и становится чемпионом в дивизионе Russian Gi Super Cup Jimmy Razmadze.
Jimmy Razmadze gets the victory, gets the W, and gets 10K. His students are probably so happy, so proud of him right now.
Джимми, поздравляем тебя с победой в этой очень конкурентной восьмерке. Какая схватка была для тебя наиболее сложная? Я понимаю, что все они были очень конкурентные, но твое личное мнение.
Во-первых, хочу сказать спасибо оппоненту свою, который только что делал со мной схватку. Приветствую Краснодар. Спасибо вам большое, что пришли, поболели за нас. Цените наш труд. мы такие борцы скромные, у нас немного зрителей, но спасибо в лице вас. Сложнее всего, ну, вообще все схватки были сложные, потому что, учитывая тот фактор, что я борюсь в 69, здесь до 75 еще добавляется еще там то, что согнали, для меня было все схватки сложные. С пару ребятам боролся вроде бы, но я бы никого не видел. Всем большое спасибо за участие. Спасибо организаторам, что позвали. Спасибо, что вы организовываете такие схватки, выплачиваете такие гонорары. Для нас это очень много значит, потому что молодежь на нас смотрит и должны загораться. Все лучше детям, мы им дорогу делаем просто в этот спорт. Спасибо всем.
He says, youth, they're watching us, and we should lead by example. And thank you for organizing this incredible event.
Это сложно для тебя, потому что вроде и там очень хорошо получается.
Да. Ну, самое огромное, я тем, что горжусь я с братом, это наша команда. Мы с самого первого дня с нашими бойцами, в частности, некоторые из них здесь боролись, некоторые завтра будут бороться. Им огромное спасибо, всему команду Годжира. Мы обязательно примем участие на все турниры, которые пройдет, и будем показывать красивую борьбу. Спасибо команде. Вопрос я уже забыл, я хотел это благодарность.
Насколько трудно, да, совмещать?
Очень, на самом деле, пока мне было до 30 лет, я говорил, что это вообще изи. Ну, для меня это реально так было. Я очень много работал, очень много тренировался, а вот когда стукнуло уже за 30, мне уже 33 год, честно, сложно. Либо команда страдает, либо я страдаю. Но спасибо маме и папе, что у меня есть старший брат, поэтому мы делим эту обязанность. Когда я на турнирах, он тренирует нашу команду. Когда он на турнирах, я тренирую, так что вроде бы получается.
Поздравляем тебя и всю твою команду с этой зрелищной победой. И успехов вам на турнире завтра.
Краснодар, аплодисменты для победителя Джимми Размадзе. Итак, уважаемые дамы и господа, это был Acbjj 17 здесь, во Дворце спорта «Олимп», город Краснодар. С вами был я, Владимир Кочкин. Мы не говорим вам «до свидания», мы говорим только «до скорых встреч». Огромная благодарность всем спортсменам, тренерам, ну и, конечно же, вам, любителям смешанных единоборств, джиу-джитсу и всего, что связано со словом «спорт». Увидимся!
And we thank everyone who has tuned up to this incredible event, and we'll see you on the next one.
Acbjj 17 came to an end. Hopefully you enjoyed that action, and it was a pleasure to be here with you, dear viewers.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kirill.
Thank you. Amen.
Next. We are waiting for the next event, Acbjj 18. Each event gets better and better.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care, bye.